This is a true crime discussions channel. We speculate. This is all just speculation. Because it's true crime, it's for mature audiences only. There will be no children allowed, no exceptions. Everything on this channel falls under fair use. Please remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share. It's free. Oh my gosh, I'm late. I'm late for a very important date. I'm late. Hold on just a minute. I don't like that. I like that. But it always does my color off. Dang it. There we go. Okay, hold on. Let me get a different background for us today. This here day right here. We'll do this one. Okay, now I can go to my comments. Hello, my lovely people. Hey, bad girl. That's my first time seeing you here today. Thank you for being here. Hey, Michelle. Joy, Jenny, Trixie, Anders. Thank you all for being here. Hold on. Let me clear my throat. All right. Okay, I'm done. Bad girl says, I don't think we'll get a verdict either. And that may be a good thing. Too many questions than answers. Yeah, I agree with that statement for sure. The fact that they're taking so long to get a verdict or to, come back with one gives me comfort because I question if they have the right person in this case. I'm going to work on getting stuff pulled up right now. I'm trying to upload a video. Hopefully it will keep uploading. Oh, it's throwing me to another page while that's uploading. So I'm going to get this pulled up and then I'll be flipping back and forth until this video that I'm trying to upload so I can edit and get it out about Madeline Soto can get out. Let me see. Let me get Delphi from the news channel. We'll see what that news channel has put up real quick. Let me make this where y'all can see it. We're the local news channel. Hey, Anders, I don't know if I said your name, love. If I didn't, I'm so sorry. We'll see what the local news station, which is this one, WTHR, says. I think we discussed day 16, but I'm trying to see if they have anything else new for right now. I think they do. I think they had a couple of short videos that we'll watch while we're waiting for the verdict. And then we'll start deep diving it some more. I want to go over some videos that I played on a different live stream. That was kind of going over some of the issues with this case and some of the problems. I apologize about the ads. I'm going to work on that when I get paid for the first time. Okay, so again,
murders case is in the hands.
This is WTHR, and we're just right now reviewing things they've said over the past couple of days.
Of the jurors. In just a few hours, they will resume deliberations to determine the fate of Richard Allen. Thanks for inviting us in. It's now 11 o'clock. Richard Allen, as you know, was charged with killing Abby Williams and Libby German in 2017. But did the state prove his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt? That's up to 12 people from Allen County. They heard the closing arguments today from the prosecution and the defense. We've got team coverage of these developments. Our Chase Howell talked with our legal analyst about life for the jury as they weigh a verdict. But we want to begin tonight at 11 with Emily Longnecker, who was in court today.
Eek says that she did not get a notification. I am so sorry, love. I think that I'm going to be doing it live every day at this time. So if you just check my channel at this time, I should be live because I plan on just sticking with this time just every day. Michelle says, are they deliberating through the weekend? From what I understand, they're going today until 2, so not much longer. And then they're coming back on Monday, but I am not positive on that. I will try to figure that out while we are live.
And breaks down the final messages from both sides.
Both came with powerful moments with words for the jury to consider as they contemplate whether Richard Allen is guilty or not guilty of killing Abby Williams and Libby German. The state went first, laying out its case in chronological order from the time Abby and Libby left for the Monon High Bridge, where Libby captured Bridge Guy on her cell phone, to finding the girls' bodies. Then interviewing witnesses on the trail that day, searching Richard Allen's home, testing his gun to see if it matched the bullet found at the crime scene, and listening to jailhouse confessions Allen made to his wife and mother. In his 1-hour closing argument, Nick McClellan said all the pieces fit together. He played Allen's jailhouse confessions, letting jurors hear again Allen say over and over he killed Abby and Libby. The prosecutor told the jury, quote, Bridge Guy murdered Abby and Libby. Richard Allen is Bridge Guy. Telling the jury Allen, quote, stole the youth and life away from Abby and Libby. He asked the jury to find Allen guilty on all 4 counts of murder. Then the defense laid out its case. Defense attorney Brad Rosie told jurors the state kept a lot of information from the jury it did not want jurors to know about because of what he said was an investigation by the state that lacked credibility. Rosie reminded
I agree with that. Anders asked if it was Thanksgiving. Anders is Swedish. No, love. It's going to be Veterans Day Monday. I can't remember. I get Veterans Day and Memorial Day confused. One of them is to celebrate working. I think tomorrow is just like to celebrate, not just, but to remember all of the fallen soldiers that we have lost over the years and recently, and throughout history, if I'm not mistaken. If I am, please let me know. Bad Girl says, I hope they don't compromise a verdict. Me too. Hey, Dawn, it's good to see you today. Dawn says, I saw the same thing on HTC, which is going to be Hidden True Crime. She said the jurors get off Sunday, but I don't think they can go home until they decided. So they can't have phones or news or home until they have a verdict. Thank you, Dawn, for that.
Reminded the jury Allen came forward to police right after the murders, letting them know he was on the bridge that day and offering his help. Rosie said none of the witnesses on the trail and bridge the day of the murders identified Allen as Bridge Guy, also reminding jurors there is no DNA, fingerprints, or digital evidence linking Allen to the crimes. Rosie also spent a lot of time talking about how Allen's harsh treatment in prison led him to make false confessions during psychotic breakdowns, saying Allen's solitary confinement was a form of modern-day torture. Rosie then asked the jury, where's the moral compass? Telling them, you are the moral compass. We are asking you to set Richard Allen free and find a verdict of not guilty. The state got the final word in a rebuttal closing, telling the jury that Abby and Libby were victims, but also...
Thank you, Anonymous Nobody, and welcome. Anonymous Nobody coming in with that definition for me said Memorial Day is for those lost. Veterans Day is for all those that have served, and Monday is Veterans Day. Thank you for that, Anonymous Nobody, and thank you for being here.
So heroes because they provided that cell phone evidence that led police to Richard Allen. The jury will be back here tomorrow at 9 a.m. to resume deliberations. When they come to a verdict, we will bring it to you right here in Delphi. Emily Longnecker, 13 News.
Our Chase Howell continues our live team coverage tonight. He's been sitting down with our legal expert. So, Chase, did she give you any indication how long this may take the jury to find a verdict?
Yeah, Scott. So she's
and I wanted to let y'all know, like, I'm keeping a real close eye on this news station to watch for the verdict. Evidently they're going to let us know too. That way I'm not stream sniping somebody else that might be live. You know what I mean? So I'm keeping a close eye on this channel to see if we've got any news about anything.
She says due to the number of witnesses and exhibits, it could be a while before we reach a verdict.
Oh, thank you for your
service.
service.
The next time we'll see the jury back in this Carroll County courtroom will be to read the verdict. How soon that happens is up to those 8 women and 4 men. But it raises the question, is the old adage true that a short deliberation indicates a finding of guilt?
Our theory is usually the opposite of what you're saying. Is that a fast verdict is for the defense because a jury could quickly decide not to take away someone's freedom, right? And so a longer verdict is normally for the state because they're really thinking through it. And so I think all of those things are just a bit superstitious.
Now, what does it look
That's concerning. You know, depending on which way you fall, if you think he's guilty, please let me know, because I like to hear all sides of things. The speculating family is very accepting of everybody's thoughts, opinions, and speculations. So please let me know if you think he's guilty and why. Hi, Sarah Lee, and I wanted to say, with no talking in the background, thank you for your service, Anonymous Nobody.
Look like when jurors deliberate. 13 News' Katie Jackson Lindsay says oftentimes jurors will start off by taking a poll on who believes the person is guilty or not guilty.
Sometimes jurors go back there and they are unanimous at their first vote, at their first count. And they say, okay, that's enough for us. We're going to go back and give our verdict.
While that may be an ideal scenario for some, Jackson Lindsay says it's not likely.
If you have 8-4, 8-9.
Anonymous, that would be enough for me. I love to blow stuff up.
Guilty, 4 guilty. It could be 8 people trying to convince those 4 to come to the not guilty side. But I've also had it where we've learned that there was that breakdown and those 4 people convinced the other 8 to come to their side. And so it really is a give and take, back and forth.
But if all the jurors can't agree on one verdict after days of deliberation, that's what's called deadlocked.
The judge will then inquire as to whether or not they think additional deliberations or additional time will allow them to reach a unanimous decision. If they say no, the judge has to use her discretion to decide if she should declare a mistrial or a hung jury.
In the case of Richard Allen, Judge Francis Gold says jurors will deliberate from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday through Saturday, but jurors have the option to take more time if needed. Chase Howell.
I'm concerned with Judge Gold if she's gonna, if she has to make that decision, which one she would choose, a hung jury or the other one. I can't even remember what she just said. And what that would mean for Richard Allen. I hope that the jurors can come to some kind of verdict, because I don't want anything in her hands, really, considering the fact that she's not letting evidence be admitted and all of that.
13 News.
News that the jury could reach a verdict anytime drew a crowd outside the courthouse today. This case, an emotional one for people in Delphi and around central Indiana. There are these blue and purple ribbons wrapped around the city's streetlights, the girls' favorite colors, a sign of support for their families who've waited more than 7 long years for answers. Hoosiers also interested tonight in the outcome, hopefully finding justice for these 2 teen girls.
Over time, we just all in the community became invested in seeing it through to the end.
And we're also hearing tonight from Libby German's sister, Kelsey. This morning, Kelsey posted on social media, echoing the sentiments of community members writing justice for Abby and Libby. Be sure to watch our Delphi debrief show. It's on WTHR+. This is our in-depth look at this trial.
We're going to go back and we're going to look at some more of these shorter videos that they have been putting out recently. At the end of the day, like I've said several times before, we do need to remember the 2 children that lost their lives, and why this case is being held to begin with. But we don't
stop with the self-care week.
We don't want to put an innocent man in prison, or I don't think they have the death penalty, but prison for the rest of his life. So we need to be absolutely sure at the same time. But at the end of the day, I just want justice for those 2 girls that lost their lives that day. And for a man that could possibly not be guilty to not be committed of a crime that he didn't commit, convicted of a crime that he didn't commit. Again, if you think he's guilty, though, please let me know and tell me why.
Right now, we are following the latest developments in day 19 of the Delphi murders trial as we are preparing to hear a verdict to determine the fate of Richard Allen. He's charged with the murders of Abby Williams and Libby German.
I'm having to flip back and forth. Sorry about that. So, Meso, I like that name, says, my first instinct is it was some naughty teen boys, but the audio, it's got to be him. Is there a way we can hear his voice? So I can play the audio of Bridge Guy, but I don't know if we can hear Richard Allen's voice because we're not in the courtroom. I can look for that. I think somebody might have had a video of him in a bar talking, but I'm not sure. So I'll look for that while we watch this. Dawn says, hey, Dawn. And thank you, and welcome to you guys. Dawn says, for me, the white van says he did it. Okay, I can see that. It was questionable how he knew about that, but then I had to take into account the psychiatrist that was giving him information and telling him that, you know, you got supporters out there and all of that. Bad Girl says they're deliberating until 2 p.m. Okay, so we're going to keep an eye on that. I'll try to find audio of Richard Allen if there is any out there to be found while we watch this.
We want to head to our 13 News team, which is in Carroll County right now. As this trial resumes, senior investigative reporter Bob Siegel is bringing us the very latest. Good afternoon, Bob.
Hi, Karen. Jurors arrived here at the Carroll County Courthouse just before 9 o'clock this morning. So 3 hours of deliberations that they've got in today, plus 2 yesterday. We're talking about 5 hours now that they have been weighing all of the testimony and evidence in this case.
That was from Friday, so it's been more hours since then. Hello, Liddy. Liddy says, let us hope the truth will come out. Only the victims knew. That's a great point to bring up. And hello, Bambina Forever. I want to welcome you both to the chat. Bambina says the culprit is guilty. Okay, so what makes you think that he's guilty, love?
And they have a lot to consider after hearing from 64 different witnesses and seeing 387 different exhibits introduced by the state and the defense, all to help jurors decide if Richard Allen is Bridge Guy, the man Libby German recorded on her cell phone just before she and Abby Williams were murdered back in 2017. Yesterday, Carroll County Prosecutor Nick McLeland told jurors during closing arguments that Richard Allen is Bridge Guy, and he asked the jury to find Allen guilty on all 4 counts of murder that he's charged with. The defense told jurors the state's investigation was deeply flawed, and they said that Allen's jailhouse confessions were false statements made while he was suffering from psychosis. They asked the jury to set Allen free with a verdict of not guilty. There are lots of people waiting outside the courthouse today, lots of signs, both in support of Abby and Libby and Richard Allen. Now it is just a matter of waiting for the jury to come back with a verdict. We don't know if that verdict is going to come here this afternoon or if the jury is going to need more time, whether that be a matter of additional hours or even days. But they did have a tremendous amount of material over the 18 days of the trial so far to be able to have to hear both sides and a lot of evidence, a lot of testimony, a lot of exhibits. We will be here in Delphi until we get that verdict from the jury. Live in Delphi, I'm Bob Siegel, 13 News. Karen, back to you.
All right. Thank you, Bob.
Okay. That's
why are we humans?
Okay, I'm sorry about that. That's the end of that video. I do have Richard Allen's voice. I was just able to find it. So let me pull up my playlist and then we'll come back to listening to this. This is going to be a short from Plunder that I was just able to pull up when I did the search. So it's supposedly Richard Allen's voice. Let me get my Richard Allen playlist. And we will watch this too when we get done with the other one. Right here. So this again is going to be from Plunder and it's going to be Richard Allen's voice so that we can compare it. If she doesn't play Bridge Guy speaking after this, I will play it. Again, this is Plunder. Please give her a like and subscribe. Here we go.
September 23rd, 2018. Richard Allen's voice can be heard making a rare appearance in Gatlinburg, Tennessee, riding the sky lift with his wife.
Down we're going down. Shut up. It's not going to snap. I'm gyrating, but it's not going to snap. Oh my God.
There's the wheelchair coming up.
What? Oh my God. Lonely wheelchair. Wasn't that interesting?
I'm going to play it through the first time and then I'm going to try to zoom in or focus in on where he speaks so we can relate, so we can compare.
Why are we stopping? Why are we stopping? Keep going, keep going, keep going. Oh my God. It's way up the hill. I don't know about this. Oh.
The cable snap. Where's the wheelchair coming up?
So she did it for me. I'm going to replay that. Hold on just a minute. Hold on just a minute. We're going to replay that real quick.
September 23rd, 2018. Richard Allen's voice can be heard making a rare appearance in Gatlinburg, Tennessee, riding the skylift with his wife.
Down we're going down.
The cable snap.
Shut up.
Now, remember, it's going to play his wife speaking quite a bit. I wish she would hush so I could just hear her voice. But at the end of this, we're going to compare the voice again.
It's not going to snap. I'm gyrating, but it's not going to snap. Oh my God.
Where's the wheelchair coming up?
What? Oh my God. Lonely wheelchair. Wasn't that interesting? Why are we stopping? Why are we stopping? Keep going, keep going, keep going.
Again, this is Plunder True Crime.
Oh my God. It's way up the hill. I don't know about this. Oh.
The cable snap. Where's the wheelchair coming up?
I don't know.
September 23rd, 2018.
I'm not
Richard
going to get it in. I don't know. It sounded a little different to me. What do you guys think? MP, thank you so much for being here. MP says it's him. Okay. Hey, Bear and Marshmallow, thank you for being here. Bear and Marshmallow Incorporated said also, I don't think that sounds like Bridge Guy. Okay. Eek said, so they tested the hair that happened to be her sister's, but not the 72 hairs. Yeah, there was 72 hairs found at the crime scene. They still haven't tested. It's hard to tell with that short clip who it is. But I don't know. It sounded a bit different to me. Bad Girl says that down the hill sounds distorted. And Medgas Guy, hello and welcome, says that I think it sounds like Richard Allen. PK Nib, excuse me, thank you for being here, says Kelsey was not jealous. It has to be from some phone and conditions, same phone and conditions. Right. So I think that we need the same conditions to compare it to as well. Eliza Park says, I don't think they sound alike. I don't either. PB Nick brings up the fact that it was from a different device. Okay. Liquor Chick says, I don't think they sound the same. Okay. Okay. Mixed reactions on that. I'm gonna play the end just one more time so we can hear it one more time, and then we will go back to either the news channel or other stuff that we have. Okay, so let me get it to where it's gonna do him and Bridge Guy so we can hear that. Am I skipping it? No, right there. All right, let's listen to it.
The cable snap. Where's the wheelchair coming up? The cable snap. Where's the wheelchair coming up?
I don't know. I don't think it sounds the same. I really don't. Yeah, like PK Nib, excuse me. I don't know what the hell that is. Okay. Like PK Nib says, it needs to be the same conditions, the
September
same
23rd, 2018. Richard Allen's voice can be heard.
And everything. And that's the issue. We don't have the same conditions, the same phone, the same everything. Like, in order to compare, it's got to be the same. You know, I think that's the only way we could get an accurate comparison. I would love to hear like some of the jail phone calls or things like that, so we could get a better comparison. But that's all I know of. I didn't even think that was out there. So I do appreciate that from Plunder. I'm back on the local news channel now, WTHR, and we're watching this channel for a verdict. and I'm just watching these short videos, and then we're going to review the case. Like, I've got where his attorney speaks about the Odinism theory and a couple of other things in some of my other playlists. So right now, we're going to watch Legal Expert Breaks Down Day 2 of Jury Deliberations.
There's nothing more powerful than you making your...
Again, I apologize for this. I'm going to get YouTube Premium at the end of the month.
At 4:30 with verdict watch in the Delphi murders trial. The jury has been deliberating all day today.
And this is their first full day of deliberation. So we want to bring in our 13 News legal expert, attorney, and former deputy prosecutor, Katie Jackson Lindsay.
The fact that she is giving her input on this, and she was a former deputy prosecutor, it really speaks volumes to me. I've got some more people in here that I didn't say hello to, so real quick, hello to Med Gas Guy, sorry, says I can't be sure. So Grainy Davis, I think that's how I say your name, says so many experts. Archie Nemesis says same voice, Richard Allen is Bridge Guy. Okay. WLCR 87 says, who thinks we will get a verdict, or do you think it'll be hung? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm thinking it might be a hung jury, but I'm hoping that the verdict, it's concerning because I feel like the jury needs all of the evidence to make an informed decision. Whatever the verdict is, we have to go with it. Half of the community is going to be angry either way. If he's declared innocent, then the people who think he's guilty are going to be mad. And if he's declared guilty, the people who think he's innocent are going to be mad. So either way, it's just not going to be a lot. Eek, thank you for gifting 10 memberships. I really appreciate that. That was so sweet of you. I'll play our little clip real quick. If you guys got a membership from her, please tell her thank you. She is so sweet. I'll play this little clip real quick and we'll get back to the news. Whoops, I muted myself. So I wanted to say hey and thank you to all the people here right now. Courtney 614 says hello everyone from Indiana. Oh, you're right there in the thick of it. Into the thick of it. Hello, Audrey. Thank you for being here. Pat Sanford says, I think a verdict will come out on Monday. PK Nib says, I think, but I do believe Richard Allen is Bridge Guy. Okay. Mima, welcome back. Says, hey, hi, I found you. Turtle Talk. Hello and welcome. Says, thank you for covering this case. Thank you for being here, love. All right, let me get back to this before everybody gets mad. Here we go.
Katie has been studying this trial day by day. So what do you expect the jury is doing on their first full day of deliberations?
Well, considering that they had a little bit of time to get started yesterday, I would expect that they probably came in today with a fresh mind and maybe took a fresh vote to see if anyone had changed their mind from yesterday or had time to process, and they may have just taken a vote to see where they were. And then I would expect that they started getting their evidence organized to review it. You know, this is a case where there's a lot of evidence to review, but there aren't a lot of elements of the crime to review because really the big issue here is identity. We know that the girls, unfortunately, were tragically killed. We know that they were killed during the course of a kidnapping. The real question is who killed them? And so they would have spent time weighing the evidence on that element. What evidence is there that Richard Allen is the killer? And what does each side's evidence look like? And is there reasonable doubt? And if so, where is that? And just just sort of talking through that all day.
And speaking of reasonable doubt, we hear, you know, the
I'm
jury has to
talking away and
decide
I was
if Richard
muted. I'm
Allen
so
is
sorry.
guilty beyond.
I said my issue is the reasonable doubt. My issue is that the jury was not given all the evidence in this trial. There's 72 hairs found at the crime scene, and they still haven't got them tested. They just tested the hair wrapped around that baby's fingers during the trial. Like, why not put the case together and have it laid out in a better fashion? Even if he is guilty, innocent, whatever, put all the evidence together, have it together, have all your stuff tested, have all the information out, lay out everything and say, this is what we have. Take all of this and make your decision. Why can't we do that? Like, I don't understand. I apologize for being muted.
On a reasonable doubt. Can you explain what that is?
Sure. So the jury
Right,
instruction
that
literally
girl?
reads that a reasonable
Hey,
doubt
Nerdy
is a
Birdie.
fair,
Thank you
actual,
for
and
being
logical
here.
doubt based on reason and common sense. That instruction tells the jury that it is, if there's reasonable doubt, that means that you are not firmly convinced of his guilt. And so when you think about it, just sort of at a large level and from a common sense standpoint, it's sort of a gut feeling. If you can't walk away thinking, I am firmly convinced in this matter that is so important, then that's reasonable doubt.
So the jury, of course, is sitting here looking at two options: guilty, not guilty. What if they just can't agree?
Well, if they can't agree, at that point, they inform the judge they can't agree. And so the judge has a lot of discretion at that point in the process. She can say, well, I don't think it's been long enough. You should keep trying. She could ask them, would further deliberations assist you?
I am not sure if they had roots. I think so. I know that they had 100 and I'm sorry, not 100, 72 or 73 hairs, and they were asked about it. One of the agents was asked about it on the stand, or officers, and asked why they hadn't tested it, and they just said, oh, just because we haven't yet, which was ridiculous. How are you going to trial? Like, this man is on trial right now, and you have 72 hairs from the crime scene you haven't tested. They didn't get any DNA from the crime scene. They didn't bring the sticks. They didn't test them for DNA. And I don't know how you thought they got there unless somebody picked them up and put them there. The blood stain on the tree, which we'll go over a video talking about that, that's somebody's hand. It's bark on a tree. So therefore, when the hand rubbed across the tree, it's going to have skin cells in it. And nobody grabbed that either. Like, it's an issue for me. Hello, Flora W. Hello and welcome. Thank you for being here.
Is there anything the court or the parties can do to assist you? Because sometimes jurors come back and say, well, if we heard additional arguments from the parties, that might help. So that's an option. But if they say no, there's nothing else that you can do. Or if she's already tried all those options and they come back again and they say no, then she declares them a hung jury, at which point she declares a mistrial and they have to do it all over again.
They've been deliberating now for, I believe it was 7 hours today. They've gone home for the day. They did 2 hours yesterday. Anything we can glean from that?
No, I don't think so. Okay. You know, as trial lawyers, we have all these superstitions about short deliberations versus long deliberations. I've tried nearly 100 jury trials in my career, having done about half of those on each side of the aisle. And you just, you know, as a trial lawyer, you convince yourself you know what's going on, but you never really do. And so I think the only thing we can glean from it is that they're doing their job. They're doing what they took an oath to do, and that's to weigh all the evidence and make a final decision once they have a firm decision.
And every jury's different.
Yeah,
exactly.
So a mistrial means that they would start this process all over again.
Yes.
And we would, with another jury from day one of the trial.
From day one of the trial with another jury, and we'd all be here all over again.
All right. All right, Katie Jackson Lindsay, thank you so much. As always, we'll see you again later this evening.
I want them to do that. I hope that a mistrial is declared and that they go all the way back to day one and they do this all over again. And I hope by then they have them hairs tested. I hope that they can rule that all the evidence gets put in. Flora W. Thank you for letting me know how to say it. Yeah, it just, I want all the evidence to be admitted. That's, like I've stated before, the biggest issue for me. Did we watch that? Yeah, we watched that one. So this one is from 21 hours ago. We'll watch this.
It's 5 o'clock, and on this Friday night, the jury in the Delphi murders trial is back at their hotel tonight.
They did not reach a verdict after a full day of deliberations. Our team's been in Delphi all day watching and waiting for the verdict.
Samantha Johnson's been speaking with people in the community who want to see justice for the two teens, Abby and Libby.
And we're going to start our team coverage with our senior investigative reporter, Bob Siegel, as well as Emily Longnecker. And you all, 7 hours, you tell us, huh?
Yeah, ladies, the jury left here just about an hour ago after a full day of deliberations. They got here this morning at 9 a.m. We also know that they deliberated for about 2.5 hours yesterday. So all total, they've been working on this case for about 9 hours. They've got a lot to consider, 387 pieces of evidence, testimony from 64 witnesses. This is a jury that has been very engaged.
Sorry if that's loud. My window's open. Bad Girl says the FBI had totally different leads and was shocked by Richard Allen's arrest. I again question the neighbor, the person who drove the white van. There's a lot. This Elvis boy that was supposedly dating. Now, again, I don't know that that's true. I haven't checked the leads, but there was several different people that they could have looked into. And the fact that all of the interviews were just lost and not there anymore. Stop it. Stop it.
This entire process with a lot of questions. We don't really have a sense where their head is at because we're not allowed in the courtroom if they have any questions about testimony or any questions about evidence. We do know, though, that Richard Allen is allowed in that courtroom each time that they have a question. So are his defense attorneys, so is the state. We do know Richard Allen not here today. He is in Cass County Jail. That's about 30 minutes away. So it would take him some time to get here. So again, a lot to consider for this jury as they work on this and trying to decide guilty or not guilty for Richard Allen. Bob, are you surprised there was not a verdict that came down today?
No, I don't think anyone should be surprised that we do not have a verdict yet. And the reason is because this case is so incredibly nuanced. Keep in mind, the jury has to establish and make sure that they are understanding the full timelines, not only the timeline of the crimes and when they took place and when Bridge Guy was on the bridge with the victims, but also the timelines.
Baron Marshmallow says, I still have a hard time with Keegan Kline. How did he have nothing to do with this when he was catfishing the victim just the night before and planned to meet her? I have a big issue with that too. And the fact that none of that was brought up. Y'all didn't even talk about Keegan Kline and the Anthony Shots profile. Again, stop it. Stop it right now.
Comparing the mental health of Richard Allen in comparison to his confessions. And the other big thing that is going to take time for the jury is all the contradictory testimony that they heard. The ballistics expert.
Hey, Toxic Orchard, thank you for being here. And I appreciate you saying, hey, thank you so much.
For the state and for the defense, the psychologists and the psychiatrists for both the defense and the state, they gave completely opposite testimony. So jurors are going to have to figure out which testimony is more credible, which testimony to believe.
I apologize.
And that takes time. So Felicia.
It was Toxic Orchid. Orchid or Orchid. And Brit 92. Thank you both for being here. I appreciate that and welcome.
And Anne, it could be several more days before we get a verdict here in Delphi.
All right, and we understand that they do not plan to do any deliberations on Sunday if they don't reach a verdict by tomorrow afternoon.
That is correct. The jury is scheduled to meet for at least 3 hours. They could meet all the way up to 4 o'clock tomorrow. And again, if they don't have a verdict by that point, then it will be Monday that they will begin their deliberations again.
Okay, so again, the timeline that I have right now from the local news station that's in the area that night is that they're not going to be deliberating on Sunday. They're going until 4 o'clock today is what they just said. I don't know if it's changed between then and today, and that they will be there Monday. Again, like I've said before, I think it's going to be Monday or Tuesday before we hear anything as far as the jury deliberations, but I don't know, and I'm keeping a close eye.
Okay, Bob Siegel, Emily Longnecker reporting live in Delphi outside the courthouse. Thank you so much. And today we saw dozens of people spend all day outside the Carroll County Courthouse, hoping to be among the first to hear a verdict.
And this group included people from Delphi and from people who were from out of town. Samantha Johnson was outside the courthouse all day as well.
She joins us live tonight. And what have you learned from those folks?
Hello, Jax248, and thank you for being here. Brian Knock, thank you for being here. Brian Knock says not guilty. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate that.
Well, Felicia and Anne Marie, we heard from a wide variety of folks today, like you mentioned. Some folks who grew up here in Delphi and Carroll County, others like YouTubers and podcasters from around the world who make a living talking about this case. And today we saw so many of them come together to make signs outside the Carroll County Courthouse. Take a look at some of this video here. What was unique about these signs is they really supported all sides of this case. Some calling for justice for Abby and Libby, others supporting Richard Allen, one of them even reading, "We love you, Rick Allen," others pretty critical of this investigation and of this case as a whole.
If you're not critical of the investigation, like, what are you even doing? Lots of new people here. Diana Bailey Miller says Monday is a holiday. Yeah, but sometimes if the judge says that they can continue deliberations or they need to be there on Monday, then they will. Just like Saturday's not a normal day for court, you know what I mean? So even though Monday's a holiday, if she says that they need to be there deliberating, then they probably will be. I don't know. That's just what the news was saying, that they would start again Monday. So that would be my assumption. Emma, the Boss Ross, thank you for being here. Says, hi, this is Emma from Leeds, UK, patiently waiting along with all of us. Alyssa says, howdy, first time ever catching your channel. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you caught it. Thank you for being here. And Fern Freeman says, I smell a mistrial coming up real soon. I think so too, to be honest.
We met one woman today. Her name is Jenny Courtroom. She says she lives just outside of Carroll County. She told me she's friends with Libby's family, and she wanted to witness all that is happening in Carroll County right now and to see this case through.
The whole world's watching, and we've been watching from day one. It's went on too long, and we hope and pray that the truth is revealed today, and if it's not, that it comes soon.
We also heard from several people really in the last few weeks who say no matter the outcome of this case, they are really just praying for peace, not only for the victims' families, but also for this community as a whole. And we noticed new today, there were several of the local businesses here around the square put up blue and purple signs in their windows today, representing the favorite colors of Abby Williams and Libby German. We'll show you some of that video coming up tonight at 6.
Yeah, similar to the bows that we saw on the lights posts all around the courthouse for the first day of this trial, Sam.
Really quickly, I wanted to say hey because there was a couple new people. Soph says he wouldn't make it to another trial. That is a good point to bring out, the way that he's being treated in that prison. Joanne Marsden, hello, and thank you for being here. There was somebody else that dropped in. Oh, Brutally Honest. Hello, Brutally Honest. Thank you for being here. Brutally Honest says hi from Holland. I've always wanted to go to Holland. Somebody's birthday is Monday. I don't remember who said that. But I hope they get an answer by then too. And Luna Noxumbria. Hi there from Stockholm, Sweden. Hi. Thank you for being here. If I've missed anybody else, comment again so I can tell you hey.
So some syncing there. All right, well, we're going to take a look at some of the major moments from the trial tonight during our Delphi debrief.
That's when Bob and Emily, they're going to be back with us at 10 on WTHR Plus with their in-depth analysis. You can find it on Apple TV, Roku, as well as Fire Stick.
Truth is, behind closed doors, the P word became my...
Oh, wow. I'm concerned about that, to say the least. Okay, I don't think that they put out like another long video yesterday. I think it was just these shorts. We'll watch this short right here because it's going to show the bows for Abby and Libby, and I feel like that's really important in this case. because again, I want us to remember the victims through all of this, all of them. Oh my goodness. Sorry, y'all. Okay. Let me play it, and then
Thanks for inviting us in at 6 o'clock, and we
I
begin
did not
tonight
invite
with
you
a
in my
full day
house.
of jury deliberations in the Delphi murders trial.
Those jurors are now back at their hotel after spending hours today trying to decide if indeed Richard Allen
Kim.
is the man
Thank you for being
who
here.
killed the teens Abby Williams and Libby German back in 2017. Let's get right out to our senior investigative reporter Bob Siegel and Emily Longnecker joining us live. Hi, guys.
Hi,
Hello.
Ann and Scott. Yeah, it was a long day of deliberations. The jury got here at 9 a.m. and we basically waited.
Yeah, it's just at this point, everyone out here on the sidewalk waiting all afternoon.
Yeah, they left just before 4, and it's really hard.
This one is from probably about, I think it was 16 hours ago. Thank you, Sarah, for saying that. If y'all wouldn't mind, I don't ask a lot, and I'm not going to ask you again. I don't like to be asking questions, but if you don't mind, hit the like button so that our channel can get out and more people can see us. That's the only time I'll ask you that, you know. I appreciate y'all doing that.
Hard to tell at this point where their heads are at, if they have any questions about evidence. That's because we're not allowed in the courtroom at this point if they have any of those questions. Richard Allen is, though, he has the option to be present if the jury ends up having some kind of questions about evidence. His attorneys and the state can also be there. Richard Allen, though, we know was not here today at the Carroll County Courthouse. He is staying in the Cass County Jail. That's about a 25-minute drive away. So if the jury has a question and Allen wants to be there for that question, he can be here, and it would take some time to get him here. The jury, they have a lot to consider. 17 days of testimony, closing arguments yesterday, 387 pieces of evidence, and 64 witnesses who testified. So, Bob, we were just talking, it's probably not a big surprise maybe that we didn't have a verdict today.
No, it's really.
Anders, my lovely Anders, asked, can they bring in more evidence in a mistrial? A new judge too, if I could decide. Right, I would like a different judge as well. I'm actually not sure if they can bring in more evidence, but it would give them time to test the 72 or 73 hairs that they found at the crime scene, and time to go through some of this evidence that for whatever reason they haven't gone through yet, even though this man is on trial right now, which is astonishing to me. I would hope so, because again, I mean, if they tested the hair that was in that baby's hand, and that child, she wasn't a baby, but a child's hand, and said that it did belong to her sister during the trial. So if it is a mistrial, they will have time to have tested those hairs and hopefully can give us more information on all of that, because that is DNA at the crime scene, which right now they have none.
Really no surprise at all. We know that these are extremely complex issues that the jury is dealing with, including some contradictory testimony from expert witnesses that they've got to figure out which of the witnesses to believe.
Hey, Jared, thank
this
you for
afternoon,
being here.
we had a chance to talk to our 13 News legal analyst, Katie Jackson-Lindsay, and we asked her, what should we make of the fact that the jury has now been deliberating for 9 hours with no verdict?
Make much of it. First of all, every jury is different. Every jury is made up of different people. And so it's really hard to make any assumptions one way or the other about how long they're taking. As trial lawyers, we often have superstitions about what a short verdict means or what a long verdict means.
And we'll see what her superstitions is in just a second. LDWIXXX says, FK Karen Reed. I haven't looked into the Karen Reed trial. I don't know how to feel about that. Flora W says, I can't believe they wouldn't put up those sketches. I can't either, because again, that's evidence in the trial, and they felt strongly enough about the Odinism connection to make a whole task force for that. So why wouldn't you include that either? Yeah, it's the live. It was from this morning. I haven't had anything yet. Pat, it is a giant mess.
Means, but having done this for 16 years on both sides, having done nearly 100 juries and about half and half on each side, I can tell you that there's never any rhyme or reason, and you cannot put any hard and fast rules on how long deliberations are taking.
The jury is scheduled to resume their deliberations tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. If they do not come up with a verdict by late in the afternoon, they
Hillbilly Island, I love your name. I am a hillbilly. I'm proud hillbilly.
have Sunday off, so that means that the earliest then at that point that we might get a verdict would be on Monday. We're live in Delphi. Back to the studio.
All right, Bob Siegel and Emily Longnecker in Carroll County. Thanks so much. So the Delphi community really is preparing to welcome
you
a
for that,
verdict in
hillbilly.
what could be the final hours of this case.
It has been 7.5 years since the girls were killed.
Tonight, our Samantha Johnson shows us how the town of Delphi is still honoring the girls.
Well, Scott and Anne Marie, we have heard for weeks now people saying no matter what happens, they are just praying for peace, not only for the victims' families, but for this entire community. And as we inch closer to what could be the final hours of this case, one thing stands out here in downtown Delphi. You look around the square, there's a lot of purple and blue. Take a look here. We've known the street lamps here outside the Carroll County Courthouse have been wrapped in blue and purple ribbon for weeks now, representing the favorite colors of Abby Williams and Libby German. But today, we noticed lots of the businesses here in downtown have started painting their windows purple and blue and hanging signs in the windows as well. We've heard so many people tell us they have followed this case from the beginning for more than 7.5 years now. They wanted to come here and witness what's happening in Carroll County.
Flora W., my husband is from Arkansas and he's a hillbilly as well. I am from Appalachia.
I don't even know what to think. I'm just kind of, we're here. You know, it's hard to believe that we're here.
I just pray for closure for everybody. I think that this community has been through a lot in the last 8 years. So, yeah.
And these signs you're seeing here now are also new. We've seen a few signs throughout this trial so far, but today I went back and counted. More than 50 homemade signs were put out and really supporting all sides. A lot of them calling for justice for Abby and Libby, others in support of Richard Allen, or maybe criticizing this case and the investigation altogether. So Scott and Anne Marie, like we mentioned, the sun is setting here in Delphi. It's a Friday night, but they will be back in court tomorrow. Like Bob mentioned, jurors expected back here tomorrow morning at 9.
All right, the community continues to wait for that verdict. Samantha Johnson tonight in Delphi. We're going to be hearing from our legal expert, Katie Jackson-Lindsay, about today's deliberations. When you join us on tonight's Delphi debrief, it's streaming at 10 tonight over on WTHR.
I'm going to see if we can see about their Delphi debrief real quick, but I didn't see it up here. Let me check the playlist. If it's not here, we will go through. I think I'm going to play the video one more time because there's a lot of people in here that maybe didn't. There's more people in here right now that maybe were not able to hear his voice. Okay, so this is going to be the Delphi debrief for tonight. So real quick before I play that, let me play the video of Richard Allen's voice, and then we will play that and see what they say on their debrief. There's like 300 people in here right now, and I don't know if they got to hear it, so we're going to play that again real quick to again compare the voice. So this is a short. This is going to be by Plunders.
September.
It's going to be of Richard Allen and his wife on some kind of like ski lift thing. Let me make sure I'm not muted real quick. Okay, I thought I might be muted. And it's going to be her and him talking for a while, and then right here at the end, she's going to play the bridge guy video and him talking side by side, so you can hear his voice and try to compare. Again, this is Plunder. Please give her a like and subscribe.
23rd, 2018, Richard Allen's voice can be heard making a rare appearance in Gatlinburg, Tennessee, riding the sky lift with his wife.
Down, we're going down. Shut up. It's not going to snap. I'm gyrating, but it's not going to snap. Oh my God.
NW, yes, the jury is still deliberating, and I'm watching the local news station. That's what we were just looking at to see if there's a verdict yet, and there's been nothing yet, so we're watching these now. Thank you for being here.
What? Oh my God. Lonely wheelchair. Wasn't that interesting? Why are we stopping? Why are we stopping? Keep going, keep going, keep going. Oh my God. It's way up the hill. I don't know about this. Oh.
Hey, Melissa Bond. Thank you for being here.
Watching the cable snap. Where's the wheelchair coming up?
I was talking. Let me go back and play just that last part again.
September
There.
23rd, 2018. Richard Allen's voice can be heard making a rare
Watching the cable snap. Where's the wheelchair coming up?
All right. So there's that if y'all want to compare. I'm going to go back to the news station and see what they said last night about the jury stuff. And then we will go into the Richard Allen playlist. I've got his lawyer, Rosie, speaking about the Odinism connections and a couple of other really good videos about that. So this is going to be the Delphi debrief, and they're talking about last night. Day 19.
This season,
Again, this is going to be the local news channel for that area, WTHR. Please give them a like and subscribe. And please give us a like and subscribe as well. Thank you.
Delphi debrief here on WTHR Plus. We saw the first full day of jury deliberations at the Carroll County Courthouse today. The jurors now deciding whether Richard Allen is the man who killed Abby Williams and Libby German back in 2017. In a moment, you'll hear from our WTHR legal analyst, Katie Jackson-Lindsay. But first, let's get right to Delphi with senior investigative reporter Bob Siegel and Emily Longnecker. They spent the
Abellis, thank you so much for gifting 10 memberships. I really appreciate that. You're so sweet. If you guys were gifted a membership from Abellis, please tell her thank you. Eek, thank you so much for gifting 10 memberships. I appreciate that. Thank you. You guys are so sweet. Thank you. If you guys received a membership, please tell them thank you. Y'all are so sweet. Thank you. Abellis, I know you like the Polar Express, so I'll play this real quick and then we'll get right back to the news. Thank you, ladies, so much. You're so sweet. Please make sure you tell them thank you if you got a membership. Hey, Overprotected. Thank you for being here.
The day outside the courthouse as we all await this verdict. Bob and Em?
Hey, Scott. Well, we got here early this morning.
Very.
And I think folks were eagerly anticipating a verdict today. And we can tell you, no verdict today.
It did not come.
It did not come, and there was a lot of waiting today.
A lot of waiting. People standing outside.
Again, this was last night. We're still waiting on a verdict for today. If they come to a verdict today, I will have it and I'll play it from the local news station in that area.
Talking to each other. Some of us kind of standing close to the courthouse steps in anticipation.
Hi, Doreen.
You know, being ready to get in there. As
Hold
soon
on, I'll
as
look that
we
up.
hear something, we've been told we might have somewhat of a heads up so that we know. And we're ready.
We were ready, no verdict, and we'll kind of explain to you what happened.
You asked how many hours they had deliberated already. I wasn't able to highlight your comment. Somebody asked how many hours it had been. They said a couple of hours. If you want to rewind, they said how many hours it had been as of yesterday, and they might say it in here. I don't know how many it would be if we add today's. Hi, Cyber Sleuth Steph. Cyber Sleuth Steph. Thank you so much for being here. It was Doreen. How many hours have they deliberated so far? I am not sure. I will look that up, but they might state it in here. I'll look that up on Google real quick. Hi, Patricia Smith. Thank you so much for being here.
Today, it was about 8:55, just before 9 o'clock, that jurors arrived
Carla?
here at the Carroll County Courthouse. They left their vehicles. They went up to the third floor and they began their deliberations.
Carla,
They
nothing
got
I
in
know of.
2 hours of deliberations yesterday before they took a break. Today, it was about 7 hours, give or take. We don't know how long their lunch break was today. So up to this point, probably a total of about 8.5 hours of deliberations that the jury has had so far. And again, it's important to point out there's a lot of evidence here. There's
Okay,
just a
so
tremendous amount that this.
as of last night, it was 8 to 8.5 hours of deliberation, and then they went in at 9. So 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. So 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1. It's been about 13 hours that they have been deliberating so far, guesstimating
Jury has
approximately.
to sort through. And I think there was a feeling today, being Friday, that we might get a verdict, even though they've only been deliberating for a relatively short time, because there's that idea that this jury has been sequestered for a long time. This was day number 26 since these jurors reported for jury duty. It was day number 23 that they have been sequestered away from their families in Allen County. So I think a lot of folks thought, hey, this has been a long 3+ weeks, almost a month for these jurors, and they are going to be highly motivated to be able to come to a decision and a verdict. But keep in mind.
Okay, and I also just checked. The news station said last night, so when we played it from last night, they said they would be going until 4 today, and then that they would be there on Monday, even though it's a holiday. I also just asked Google, and Google says they will deliberate from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday through Saturday until they reach a verdict, according to CNN affiliate WTHR. So I haven't seen anything about them leaving yet. I know it was stated that they could possibly leave at 2, but that's not what I'm seeing so far. Hello, Armor of God. Thank you for being here.
This is a process, and there's so much over the course of 17 days of testimony that they needed to consider that we did not. We did not get a jury today. And while there was a lot going inside the courthouse, interesting to note, we're not allowed in there during this process. We saw some people filing in and out to pay their taxes and to do some things. We saw some county employees going into the courthouse, but for the most part, unusual situation here where the courthouse was pretty much on lockdown. No one allowed in and out of the courthouse who wasn't there for very specific business.
Right. We were allowed briefly in if we needed to use the restroom, mercifully. So that thank goodness, right? That was the one thing. And other than that, we were outside here with everyone else. And there were a lot of people outside here, probably about 60 to 70. And the interesting thing is it's local, some folks from Delphi. It is the news media, and not just the local news media from all over the country, some international.
Yes.
And also a lot of folks from all across the country. A lot of YouTubers, a lot of true crime enthusiasts have made their way here to Delphi, and they are camped out outside with the rest of us as we await this. And a lot of people, some of the YouTubers, some of the folks had made signs all around the courthouse. And the interesting thing about that is we've watched the vans bring in the jury each day, but actually today, to avoid those signs, they didn't want the jury to see all of these signs that were out here today. So they brought them out a different way so they wouldn't. Wouldn't see all the public standing out here holding their signs or with their signs that they made. And we've got some video of some of these signs. I mean, they're all across the board.
Thank you, Jenny. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I said my thinking behind that, it's on my YouTube is on a different screen, so I have to click away. My thinking behind that is that they're not going to want the jury to see these signs because it could influence them to take the verdict one way or the other, because if they see how the public feels about this by reading the signs that they're holding up, it could influence them to have a verdict go a different way than it would just organically. Would be my thinking behind why they didn't want them to really see the signs, especially
World is
today.
watching. Some signs even in support of Richard Allen, some criticizing the investigation, some even critical of Judge Gall. And there was a final sign here: today is the day. We saw that sign today. And what was significant about that is today is the day is something that the families of Abby and Libby said over and over again when all of this started. And for so many years, they were waiting for someone to be arrested. And so they would say, today is the day. Today is the day that there is going to be a break in the case. And I think, that sign today is the day.
Yes.
Somebody was hoping for a verdict, but today was not the day. But this is a case that has gripped this community, changed this community. Our colleague Samantha Johnson is here. You've
Again, this is from last night. It's not from today.
been out and about in the community, seen the signs, talked to some folks, and people have just really opened up and talked about how this is
Who
changed
did it,
them.
Brady?
Yeah,
Who do you
the
think?
message we keep hearing time and time again is no matter the verdict, when this is all said and done, they are just hoping and praying for peace for this community, for everyone involved. And there's one thing, especially as we narrow into what could be the final hours of this case, one thing is inevitable and is unavoidable, I would say, and that's the colors
Hey,
purple
Jesse
and
Lynn.
blue.
Thank
And
you
the
for
last
being
few
here.
days, we've really noticed that. We've known for weeks now that the street lamps around the Carroll County Courthouse have been wrapped in those purple and blue ribbons representing the favorite colors of both Abby and Libby. But now and today, we started noticing that some of the businesses here in downtown have started painting their windows. They're writing Abby and Libby in purple and blue. They're hanging posters outside their windows too. And I think that just is a good reminder of why we're here in the first place. All the drama surrounding this case, all the back and forth, all the attention it's gotten. It's a good reminder on every street corner why we're here. And we're seeing even more.
And again, I think that was very well put. I do want to remember Abby and Libby in this. And, regardless of how you feel about Richard Allen, we've got to remember that we do need to find out who did this to these children. Because if we don't, and we don't get the right person, or if the person that's on trial now really did do it and they walk free, then this is going to happen again. The depraved mind that did that to them two young girls is going to strike again at some point somewhere. That's a very sick individual, and that's not just something you're going to do once and then just stop. Not statistically speaking, anyway.
Even more of that. There were folks painting once the sun had set, Abby and Libby. So it's a good reminder.
I went into the Pizza King across the street today, and have been in there many a time on many a
Interesting,
hearing
Brady.
and throughout the years being in this community. And there was a sign up there that
Hi,
was
Misty
in there in
Edwards.
those early days of the investigation, and there was a picture of Abby and Libby. It's a flyer, and then there's a picture of Bridge Guy there, and then on a sign it says Abby and Libby, justice will be served. And I saw that today when I was in there just grabbing a soda really quick, and it kind of hit me because I remember seeing that sign in those early days, in those early years, and that sign is still hanging up. So I thought it kind of spoke to how this has stayed with this community all this time.
Absolutely. And again, the focus for so many folks out here is remembering, like you said, why we're here, and that is the tragic death of two teenagers. Samantha, know you've been here since early this morning. Thank you for joining us as our team coverage here continues. We will let you get some rest here this evening as we continue our Delphi debrief. Thank you.
See you tomorrow. Thanks,
All
Sam.
right. So, Emily, want to talk about, I think, the expectations coming out here today. A lot of folks, as we mentioned early on, were expecting there to be a verdict, I think, today.
Well, I think so, because remember, the jury got a chance to deliberate for 2.5 hours yesterday, and they went back to their hotel early. They did not stay until 4 o'clock when Judge Gall gave them their instructions yesterday. She said, you have the
Hi,
option
Lisa.
of staying
Thank
past
you for
4
being
o'clock
here.
if you want, and they didn't. They got out a little earlier. And I think there was some discussion this morning and just trying to figure out, okay, did they get in that jury room yesterday, and did they maybe take a
Me
quick
too.
straw poll to see where everyone's heads were at, and then maybe did they just go home to say, okay, let's sleep on it, and they'll come back in and convene for a little bit today and have something. And that just wasn't the case. And so then you started to think really about the enormity of everything that they have to consider. 17 days of testimony, 64 witnesses, and again, these are 12 people that have to come to the same agreement. They all have to agree on this verdict to hand it down. 12 different people with different experiences, with different, different thoughts.
Hi. Hold on, sorry. Hi, Gosney's cellmate. Were you really Gosney's cellmate? And if so, who's Gosney? Gosney's cellmate says the traditional media lies. Okay, I can get down with that.
You sat on a jury. You sat on a jury, and you know what it's like to try to get 12 people to agree on something.
And it's very hard. It is very hard, again, because you bring all of
Oh my
your
God.
life experiences to the table. Everybody wants to discuss.
Eek, thank you so much. Oh my God, thank you. Wow, thank you so much. Eek just gifted 50 memberships. If you guys were given a membership, please tell her thank you. Make sure you have your membership gifts on so that you can receive a membership. Because when they gift them quite a bit. Thank you, Eek. My goodness, thank you. Real quick, goodness, I'm befuddled right now. That's a lot. Thank you. Oh my gosh, I just went and clicked on some kind of analytics. Okay, so Turtle Talk, hello, and thank you for being here. Nima, thank you for being here. Oh, Paul, thank you for being here. She 3PO, thank you for being here. Rachel, thank you for being here. Canty Black Fox, thank you for being here. Thank you guys. If I missed you, comment again so I can tell you personally, thank you for being here. Wow, Eek, thank you. Goodness gracious, thank you so much.
Us and have their say and bring up questions, and so it is very difficult for all 12 people to agree on something, and there is back and forth. I've been through it. There is back and forth and discussion, and how much do you try and convince somebody of your side? You never want to feel like you're pulling someone over away from what they truly believe, but people point things out to each other, and so it's a process. So you weren't, in the end, I don't think either of us were surprised that we didn't have anything today,
No,
right?
not at all. And earlier today, I had a chance to talk to
Panaro,
our
thank you for being
colleague,
here.
Back down in Indianapolis, our 13 News legal analyst, and she was kind of sharing with us what some of the
Kayla
reasons
Howell,
that she
thank you for being
anticipated
here.
that this could be perhaps even a longer process here, more than just a day or two.
It
That
was,
it could even
Misty.
go
Wow.
well into next
I'm
week.
surprised.
Katie
I'm
Jackson Lindsay
blown
told
away.
me that what she anticipated today that the jurors are really focusing on was trying to narrow in on those timelines, not only of the crime scene and when witnesses.
Miss Jackson, thank you for being here. That's actually a family name of mine. The Jacksons. I like that song. I'm sorry, Miss Jackson. Who? Oh my gosh, Abellis just gifted 50 memberships. Goodness gracious. Thank you, ladies. Goodness. Thank you. Y'all. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Goodness. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to play the clip. Gosh. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Oh my gosh, I don't even know what to say. Thank you. Good Lord, thank you so much. S. Texas asked, did the jury go home? From what the news station is saying, No, they're going to go till 4. I just checked on Google as well, and it's still saying that they're there, that they're going to go till 4. I am in their time zone, and it's 2:50 here. So as far as I know, no, I am continuing to check, and I'm continuing to check for a verdict. This is the local news station that we're watching, and they stated that they will be going until 4 today, and that they will be back on Monday, even though it is a holiday. Ladies, thank you so much. Y'all make sure you have your memberships turned on, and make sure you come back and hang out with us. We love to hang out over here.
Were out there and saw
Goodness
Bridge
gracious.
Guy, but then when Richard Allen was out there, and that timeline, and when the cell phones stopped moving, and when the pictures were taken, and so the timeline is a big part of what they had to figure out. And she also pointed out that there's a lot of really contradictory information and testimony.
Yes.
And some of the examples that the jury is really going to have to sort through.
I don't mean to keep pausing. I don't want to miss these people. Skylab, hi, and thank you for being here. Ali Alaska, thank you for being here. Color Michelle, thank you for being here. Thank you guys for being here. Jury loaded in vans. So the jury has left. I'll check again. Thank you for letting me know that if they have.
Is the testimony on the ballistics, as far as that cartridge that was found at the crime scene. Both the state witnesses and also the defense witnesses.
Thank you for becoming a member.
Completely different testimony, 180 degrees difference that the jurors heard. And in addition to that, also the mental health testimony, the psychologists and the psychiatrists who testified for the state and for the defense, completely different information. Again, 180-degree difference that the jury's hearing, and they've got to figure out the credibility, who they want to believe, who they don't believe, and make sense of all that.
I mean, and I have to imagine that they
This is how AI optimizes my schedule. This meeting got canceled.
Sorry. Thank you, Misty Edwards, for becoming a member. I saw somebody else. Hi, Haiku, Run the World. Thank you for being here. Thank you guys for being here. Janet Very, thank you for being here. I just checked, and I'm not seeing anything yet stating that the jury has left for today, but I am going to continue checking.
Also be going over all of that cell phone data that we heard about, right? I mean, you had the state's witness talking about all the data they pulled, but then the defense had their own person come in and look at that data, and some of the things were obviously the same. 2:13, Libby starts rolling that video on Bridge Guy as she sees him behind Abby. 2:32, the phone stops moving, right? That was the same. But then you heard that testimony last week. I think it was last week now. It's time is interesting at this point, but where the defense expert testified that
Misty Edwards gifted 5 allegedly speculating memberships. Thank you. If you guys were gifted a membership, please tell her thank you. Wow, I don't even know what to say, y'all. Thank you. This is amazing. Thank you. Hello, Sybil Bergeron. Hello, and thank you for being here. Thank you, guys. Y'all are so sweet. This is the most people I've ever had on my channel, and y'all are gifting like crazy. Thank you.
That in looking at the data, that headphones had been plugged in to
thank you, Janet.
that
so
phone
sweet.
at, I think it was 5:45, and then unplugged at 10:32. And there was some question about that. And then you had the state responding to that and saying, well, dirt and water and those things can make it look like something has been plugged into a phone. But then we learned that this when he rebutted that for the state, he had Googled that and found that out, right? I mean, so the defense was pointing that out. So I feel like the phone, I would imagine that the phone, I would think that is something that they would be talking about.
These very technical, very scientific issues that the jury, and this is a jury, by the way, that through their questions has made it very clear.
I might have missed it, but did she just say that the expert Googled about the phone jack thing, where if somebody possibly plugged in headphones or if it could have been moisture? Like, I'm questioning that. Again, I've stated before, I don't think that it was moisture, because my phone, like if I plug in a charger that's like wet, it will tell me the charger's wet. we go camping a lot. So I'll have my charger in the tents and stuff, and it'll say the charger port is wet. Please remove the charger and replace it with a different cord. So again, if you're pulling the data from the cell phone in your digital analysis, I would think it would say specifically a headphone jack, something was plugged into the jack, or it was moisture, like one or the other, I would think.
Yes. That there's certain members of this jury that have a lot of expertise in different areas. And by the way, that testimony that you were referencing that perhaps was last week, that was just 3 days ago.
Yeah.
And the reason that I'm pointing that out is because
thank you, Gosney. Please understand this is not live right now. We are watching from last night. This is the Delphi debrief from the news station from last night. They haven't put anything out yet as of right now. This is just the debrief from last night. This is not live.
Like, we know this is day 19 and all this, but after a while, like, it all starts to run together.
It really
It's
does.
hard to keep track of what days we heard things, and we have hundreds of pages of notes that we took. Some of the jurors, they have folders that are this big.
Yes.
I mean, it looked like it was 6, 7, 8 inches that they have to sort through of notes that they were taking, evidence and exhibits that they got. So again, it's hard for us to keep track of all this stuff and what days this happened and what we heard. The jury's going to be going through the exact same thing.
Yeah, I can't imagine when you referenced, you see a couple jurors come in and they have you're right, a big, thick file, one of those collapsible folders that and then some people don't come in. I've noticed some people not coming in with anything. They don't have anything in their hands. So I always think, I mean, being a note taker myself, I always think like, aren't you taking the notes? But maybe some people can remember things differently. And I think what's been interesting for us too is
Serena says that the Mata posted on X that the jury left for the day. Okay, I haven't verified that. And I will get on X and see if I can find that real quick. Sarah, send it to me in Discord so we can verify that. Shaboogies, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. I really appreciate that. Shaboogie says if they were submerged in the creek by 2:30, then why would the water damage come over 3 hours later? The codes again at 10:30. Water damaged my butt. That's a great thing to point out, and I appreciate the information on that. And I agree. I really don't think that it had anything to do with water. I think that something was actually plugged in, but that's just my opinion over here, allegedly speculating. I'm gonna continue to check. I haven't seen anything. If Serena can send me that X post, I will try to get it and verify it. But I'm gonna continue checking to see if anything has come out about them leaving for the day.
We're taking notes and sometimes we hear different things. So I have to imagine as they're sitting there deliberating, and they can't pull transcripts of the testimony. They have to go on their memory
or notes.
Or their notes.
Yeah.
And so what do you do if somebody wrote down something different than you wrote down? How do you reconcile that? I think that could also be something that comes up.
So Scott, needless to say, we are basically 8 or 9 hours into these jurors deliberating, and certainly from our perspective, no surprise at all today that we do not have a verdict yet.
All right, so I have a couple of questions regarding the jury. If the jury has a question about this case and they want it addressed either to the judge or one side or the other, how does that work? Are the media allowed in? And what happens to Richard Allen? He's at the Cass County Jail, 25 minutes away. Does he come over to listen to the questions that the jurors may end up having as they deliberate?
Yeah, Scott, he has that option too if he wants, and his defense attorneys and the state can also be there. We have not been allowed in there, and there was really no guidance given to us yesterday by Judge Gall as she was reading the jury instructions. And she also talked about that deliberation room in the courthouse is pretty small, so she had offered if the jury wanted to come into the courtroom to look at exhibits and things and kind of spread out, that they could do that. So I'm not sure if that's a reason why we're not being let in, but during, if they have a question. But yes, Richard Allen can be there, can be present. He is in the Cass County Jail. That is about a 25-minute drive away, so that would take some time to get him here.
Okay, I'm going to show you real quick what was posted on X as far as today for the jury. So this is what they're saying right now. So from Defense Diaries, Richard Allen trial update says apparently the jury has now left the courthouse and are done. They say down, but done deliberating for the day. They will return back on Monday to continue deliberations. So I don't know if that's accurate. I would assume so. I mean, if they felt good enough to post it, then I would think so. Plus, there was a rumor that they were going to stop at 2. The news station said 4, but I've also heard rumors that they were going to stop at 2. At this point, I'm not sure. I just want to share with you guys everything that I'm able to find in real time. So there's that. And thank you, Serena, for that. So for now, I'm going to go back to this and we'll continue watching the Delphi debrief from last night. And let me pull it back up for you guys. And we'll just continue hanging out and talking. Lord, I'm dropping the StreamYard link. I will also drop the StreamYard link if anybody wants to come up and have your voice heard on panel. Okay. Let me make sure y'all can see it. All right, there it is. And we'll continue on with this. Again, I just want to reiterate, this is not live. This was from last night from the local news station.
Here so that he could hear, what those questions are. But this is a jury that throughout this trial has had a lot of questions,
Texas.
a lot of technical
Thank you for
questions,
being here.
a lot of really informed questions. So I would think that they would have some more questions.
I would think so too. And from that perspective, I would think that we would expect even this weekend.
Hey, CJ Lopez. I'm not sure. I just shared a post stating that they had. The news has said they're going till 4, and I'm watching to see if they come up and say that they have been home. They have went home for today. So Defense Diaries posted on Twitter that they had gone home for the day. This one is saying that they haven't, so I'm really not sure. Or they're saying that they were going to go till 4, and they haven't updated stating that they have gone home yet. So I'm not positive. If I had to guess, I would say they probably have, but I'm not sure. I'm continuing to look.
Yes.
That we could see, I think if people start seeing the motorcade with Richard Allen pulling up to the courthouse, everyone's going to be like, oh, we have a verdict. We have a verdict.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. Because, again, if the jury has questions, Scott, and they want to review some of the evidence, Richard Allen and his attorneys have a right to be in the courtroom. And I would expect at some point this weekend that we very well may see Richard Allen back here and this jury asking for more information inside the courtroom.
All right. I'm also interested in the families. Are we seeing Libby and Abby's families hanging out there outside the courthouse? Do they go home? Are they hanging out somewhere else waiting for a verdict? And what about Richard Allen's wife, mother, daughter, who were part of the witness? I mean, are they all hanging out there as well?
I have not seen Kathy Allen today or Janice. I did see a few friends of theirs, people that I recognized as people sitting with them in their seats during court. I did not see the Patties today, so I think you might have, or someone did.
Well,
no?
I think that, there's a good explanation for that. I did not see them either. We are right now on the north side.
With the world in chaos, what's really needed is someone to finally make.
I apologize again about ads. I'm going to fix that towards the end of the month. Chelsea Whitaker. Hey, and thank you for being here. Chelsea says, it's insane how difficult it is to get even the most basic information out of that courtroom. It is, isn't it? And we have to speculate, is that intentional? Certainly seems so.
The courthouse, and right here on the north side, this is the entrance where the media and the public would go in. And today, by the way, we did not have a media pass. So we had to be in line with everyone else, very much hoping to be able to be inside the courtroom if a verdict did come today. So we were camped out pretty much right in this spot throughout the entire day. The families actually have been meeting with the attorneys for lunch and things like that during lunch breaks, and that is on the exact opposite side from the courthouse.
Yes, I'm sorry.
The fact that we were pretty much here today, Scott, we would not have seen the
Hold on, I'll
families. We certainly didn't
explain.
see them come in and out of the courthouse. I did hear that.
So Sky, my channel just started, and I should get paid for the first time this month, and my intention is to use the money I make on YouTube for YouTube. So that's the only reason I haven't done it yet. When I get paid for the first time at the end of the month, then I'll invest in YouTube Premium, and then the ads will stop. So I apologize about that for right now.
That some of the family members were in the vicinity today, but I did not see them.
I mean, and during the trial, they would come in the same door, the front door, everybody together, right? You would see the girls' families there, Richard Allen's families coming through, everyone going through the same metal detector. We were too, but as Bob said, we were pretty much camped out here because we did not have one of those 12 golden media passes today. And so we were both,
Oh, you're good,
you know,
Scott.
in this position of, okay, we've got to be ready to go if you know, if they say that there's a verdict.
know, I'm
because
excited
I know
about it.
it's probably too dark to pan down, but there is a whole line of chairs lined up of people here that'll be camping out all night because they want the opportunity to get in that courtroom if in fact there is a verdict. So you're kind of jockeying for position a lot of times if you don't have a media pass.
And
So
we want to make sure that we are in position to be in the courtroom to be able to bring, you know, viewers information from what we see inside the courtroom when there is a verdict.
And give us, our viewers, an idea about when a verdict is reached. How does the media learn about this? How soon after you learn that there's a verdict will we be hearing it? And tell us a little bit about that process.
So this is going to be important. It's going to tell us because I've heard some streams say that it could take like up to 2 hours. Like they'll be notified 2 hours ahead of time, and then there will be a 2-hour waiting period, and then we'll get the verdict. Or if the verdict is going to come and it's going to be released immediately. So make sure you pay attention to this part because again, this is the local news station.
So when the jury has a verdict, our understanding is that there's a media coalition of all of the local, state, national, international media who are following this case. And in large part, we've all been working together because of the fact there are no cameras in the courtroom. We've been sharing these 12 media passes. So when there is a verdict, the media coalition will get a text so that we know that we are about to find out what that verdict is. And our understanding is it'll take an hour and a half, 2 hours from the time that we learn that there is a verdict until the time that that verdict will be announced. And again, as Emily said, Richard Allen is not here. He's at the Cass County Jail, which is roughly about a half hour away. He'll get a police escort here to the courthouse, but it will give other family members and law enforcement and other folks who want and need to be here at the time that the verdict is read a chance to be able to get here.
So it will be 2 hours. So they'll say that they have a verdict, and then they're going to bring Richard Allen from the jail, allow time for family members to get there and all of that. And then 2 hours later, a verdict will be read. So I'm going to go live whenever I hear there's a verdict, if I'm not already live, and let you guys know that they have a verdict. And then we'll hang out for 2 hours until it's read. And I'm just letting you guys know, just as general information, a 2-hour time frame will be plenty of time because I'm sure a lot of people will be going live. So if they say they have a verdict, you should have time to, you know, get comfortable, get you a drink, some popcorn, whatever you want, and get ready to hear the verdict. The 2 hours is plenty of time for us to all get seated and talk and chit chat until we get the verdict, just so you know.
We will have a little bit of an advance notice, and the folks who are lined up, I mean, the folks who have 12 media passes on the day that the verdict is read will be inside the courtroom. And then there will be roughly 18, 20, 24 additional seats in the courtroom once the families are going to have a chance to be in there for both Abby and Libby's families, also Richard Allen's families. You've got then defense seats that are set up. You have prosecution seats that are set up. About 20 to 24 members of the public, then there will be additional seats for them too. And there's been a very heavy law enforcement presence here, Scott. Dozens and dozens. We know that there are 36 separate law enforcement agencies that have been helping to provide security, not only here at the courthouse, but also escorting the jury back and forth to their hotel and around the hotel there. So they are very much hoping and trying to keep this as orderly as possible, especially leading up to what we expect to be a verdict. We just don't know exactly when that verdict is coming.
Okay, and we're going to get some information about Saturday jury deliberations from both of you in a moment. But first, Rich and I talked with our legal expert, Katie Jackson-Lindsay, today about today's deliberations.
What should we make at this point of the length of these deliberations?
Well, you really can't make much of it. First of all, every jury is different. Every jury is made up of different people. And so it's really hard to make any assumptions one way or the other about how long they're taking. As trial lawyers, we often have superstitions about what a short verdict means or what a long verdict means. But having done this for 16 years on both sides, having done nearly 100 juries and about half and half on each side, I can tell you that there's never any rhyme or reason, and you cannot put any hard and fast rules on how long deliberations are taking.
I guess it's fair to say that they're at least being thorough about the job they have in front of them.
Absolutely. And that's the only thing that we can glean from it, is that they are doing exactly what they took an oath to do, and they are doing exactly what we expect them to do and what we would want them to do if we were either the family of Abby and Libby or if we were Richard Allen, because what we know for sure is that they're taking it very seriously, and they're taking their time to review it and taking their time to consider everyone's thoughts about which way to go.
Would you consider tomorrow to be at all sort of an indicator of where we're headed in terms of maybe they would like to get this done and not have another week of deliberations? They won't deliberate on Sunday. Can you make any prediction about what we might see tomorrow?
Not necessarily, because like you said, they've been out a total of about 9 hours right now. And so when you think about that, that's really not a whole lot of time, considering that they've looked at nearly 800 pieces of evidence and they've heard from 64 witnesses over the course of several weeks. And so if you just think of the time that it takes to rehash the testimony of each of those witnesses, especially when there's conflicting testimony, 9 hours isn't really that long.
I was saying that I agree with her, because when you take into consideration that there were 64 witnesses and that much evidence, that's a lot to take in and have to think about and discuss and review when you're trying to make a verdict on this man's life. And there was still evidence that wasn't even submitted, which is really irritating to me. Again, I apologize about being muted. I'm usually not, but I keep having to flip back and forth to my YouTube and my StreamYard. And I'm trying to do it this way because it leaves the video up like I like it. I'll have to work on figuring that out, but I apologize. I'm usually don't mute like that and talk.
So if they took another day tomorrow, I still wouldn't think that that's an extraordinarily long time or any amount of time that we should be particularly concerned about.
Remind us of the 4 verdicts that the jury is considering.
So Richard Allen is charged with 2 counts of knowing and intentional murder for each girl, alleging that he knowingly and intentionally killed them. And then he's charged with 2 counts of what's called felony murder for each girl. And those counts are charged under a theory of he didn't necessarily have to be the killer, but if he was the kidnapper and they died as a result of the kidnapping, then that's enough to find him guilty of felony murder.
Do you think this is all not guilty or all guilty in this case? Do you think there'd be any reason why the jury would split up the verdicts at all?
Well, based on the 2 different theories of murder charged here, I could see a scenario where they could split up the verdict. And I think to some extent, the facts may have lent themselves to that, because the knowing and intentional murder essentially says he acted alone and he was the killer, right? But the 2 felony murder charges suggest that he could have simply been the kidnapper and he could have been acting with another person.
And that's interesting, because that's the file it's listed like that in the criminal affidavit. Like on one hand, you're saying that he is the red rummer, and on the other hand, you're saying that it was an attempted kidnapping gone wrong. So is he the kidnapper or is he the actual murker? WD-40, thank you for being here. I wanted to make sure I said hey to you. I need some WD-40 for my joints.
And so throughout the trial, we heard some testimony about an individual who lived close by, and even the defense in their closing made some statements that could allow the jury to draw an inference that that other person was involved. And so in that case, the jury could conclude that they don't necessarily think that Richard Allen was the person who killed the girls, but if they believe he kidnapped them, then that's enough to split the verdicts and find him guilty simply of felony murder.
I just made a $27 ebook in 2 minutes using AI. Watch how I did it.
I'd rather not. That's fantastic for you, though. Congratulations.
Katie Jackson Lindsay, she is a former deputy prosecutor and current criminal defense attorney. She's been with us every night of this trial. Let's bring back Bob and Emily once again from Delphi. Are these jurors, they're hanging out at the hotel tonight, sequestered. Are they allowed to talk about the case amongst each other tonight at the hotel, or are they restricted from doing that, saying that they can only talk about the case when they resume at the courthouse tomorrow morning?
Yeah, they're not allowed to talk about it when they are not together. In fact, yesterday.
Again, this was from last night.
When Judge Gall was giving them all instructions, she said basically if one person has to leave the room to use the restroom, you have to stop talking about the case. You can only talk about the case when everybody is present in the room. And each day of the trial, when they would leave for the day, she would tell them, now remember, there's no talking about this case. Once you leave here, no sharing of information, no discussing it, leave, go home, rest. We'll see you back here tomorrow. And that's...
Certainly the deliberations can only be taking place when all 15 of the jurors, 12 jurors plus 3 alternates, right. There were 4.
Really quickly, there was a couple of questions I needed to answer. CJ said, this case has me so torn because I feel like there are 2 innocent little girls. It's more likely a jury will say guilty. I don't know. I hope that whatever they decide is going to be what they decide. Either way, the community is going to be torn in half regardless. WD-40 says, heard something about blood from the neck wound running up towards the head rather than down towards the chest. Yes, that was stated by the news station, that it did run up as if she was like maybe being dragged by the feet or was upside down or some type of way like that. I don't remember exactly what they said about it. It's in one of the past live streams. Blue Butterfly asked, did the jury leave for today? I shared a Twitter post a few minutes ago from, I can't even remember, but they stated that the jury had left for the day. However, this is the news station, and they stated yesterday, which is what I'm playing, that the jury would be here until 4. I'm still waiting for them to put out a video to see if they indeed state that they have left for the day. However, I don't see that group putting a post on Twitter stating that they had left for the day if they really didn't. So I'm kind of torn about it. If I had to guess, I would say they probably have. But they will be back on Monday, even though it's a holiday. And hello, my lovely Zio Sandra Firelight.
We're down. We lost one very early in the trial. So there are 15 jurors right now, and the deliberations can only take place when all 15 of them are together in the same place.
Right.
So
they'll be back here tomorrow. It's our understanding at 9 a.m.
Yes.
They can deliberate through 4, and if they want to stay longer, they have that option. Then Judge Gall has told them Sunday they have the day off. And if they don't reach a verdict tomorrow, if they don't have a decision tomorrow, they'll be off on Sunday, and then they'll be back Monday, again, starting all over at 9 a.m. again through 4. And if they want to, they can stay longer. So.
And as far as expectations at this point, again, a lot of folks had the expectations that we would have a verdict today. At this point, I don't have any more expectations because we sat through almost all of the testimony that these jurors heard, and it is so complex, and there are so many issues, scientific, health, mental health, electronic and technology issues. There's so many different things that these jurors have to consider in order to reach a verdict that I expect this is going to take a while.
Because conflicting things too, and they have to decide, in those jury instructions, if you have testimony that conflicts you, the instructions, you basically have to decide which witness is more credible. So
Right. So Scott, we are wrapped up here for Friday. We will be back again tomorrow, Saturday. If it continues on, day off on Sunday, as Emily mentioned, and we'll pick things back up on Monday again, and we will continue to be here as we have been for every day of this trial until we have a verdict. Back
All
to you.
right, Bob Siegel and Emily Longnecker, thanks so much for your comprehensive coverage. We invite our viewers to be following them on social media, because just as soon as they have any information about these deliberations, they will break it there. And of course, on all of the WTHR social media platforms. Have a good night, gang. Thank you so much.
Oh, Lord, don't be using that word. Get in trouble. That's all I'm seeing from them. Let me refresh the page. I need to follow them on social media, and see, because I guess they would leave it there first on their social media page. I'm still not seeing anything new from them yet. I do have the video from I am not muted. I'll be with you in a minute. I do have the video from Rosie, the defense attorney, talking about the Odinism theory and some things he had to say. So I'll play that for us real quick while I'm continuing to wait to hear if they have a verdict. This video has this playlist has a lot of really great information. Let me make sure I'm not muted. Okay. It has a lot of really great information about, it shows how the bodies were laid out. This is a short about the blood on the tree from Mob Crew, how they think that the F mark was made. I'll play that real quick, and then we'll listen to the interview from Rosie. So this is going to be Mob Crew.
What if I told you that instead of setting up a group?
Okay, hold on just a minute. This is going to be from Mob Crew. It's just a short about how the blood on the tree could have possibly gotten there. It's just a theory, not
forensic detective.
Hold on. I'm going to play this short again, and then we will watch Rosie talk about the Odinism theory.
According to a retired forensic detective, the so-called F-tree, in his opinion, appears to have been made by the victim, Libby German, after being struck in the neck with a bladed weapon. Libby would have likely had made contact around the forefoot area of the tree with a bloody hand, perhaps in an attempt to stable herself. The blood would have run down, which...
I apologize. Heavy trigger warning. Trigger warning. Trigger warning. I will get my thing scrolling across the bottom. That says trigger warning. I apologize for that. I didn't mean to just smack that right in your face.
Created the 1 foot vertical line where at the top it's thinner, where towards the bottom it's thicker. This is due to gravity by the blood running down. If you look closely, you'll notice most of the patterns are in a vertical form, and that it's likely she had made contact with it more than once, creating the pattern you see on the tree. So how was the pattern on the F tree created?
Okay, so that was a theory on the F tree.
What's up, Mob Crew? I'm Crew.
And again, that was Mob Crew. Sometimes my videos continue to play, so let me go back to this playlist. That, again, like I said, was Mob Crew.
According.
And it was a theory on how the F tree thing was done. So let me get this Rosie interview, and let me find it. I apologize. Oh my goodness. Is it not here? Okay. Hold on a minute. Give me just a minute. Maybe I saved it in the other playlist. Okay, let me go back and we'll watch something else from that playlist while I work on finding it, so I can give y'all something to watch while I find it. We'll watch Vinnie Politan investigates the case against Richard Allen, the COURTTV special. I think it's one of these. It might be this one, but I'm not sure.
This season, Vistaprint has everything.
And I'm continuing to check to see if I get any information about the jury having left for the day. So that's where we're at with that. I might have put it in a different playlist, so I'm going to look for that real quick. But we'll watch this until then. Hold on just a minute. All right. So this is going to be Vinnie Politan Investigates. It's on COURTTV, and it's titled The Case Against Richard Allen.
Vinnie Politan Investigates. I'm Julia Janae in for Vinnie, and the subject of our investigation is the Delphi murders. It's a case that shook a small community in Indiana. But now there are some wondering if the man who's accused, if he's the real killer. Here's the story. It was a mystery that broke the hearts of two families, terrified a small community, and touched the world. The murders of two young girls, Abby Williams and Libby German. The case became known as the Delphi murders. The setting, a small Indiana town of just 3,000 people. From the beginning, investigators suspected it was someone local, which made it even more difficult for everyone from this small community. It started on February 13th, 2017, when Libby German and Abby Williams were hiking. The two teenagers were good friends.
So yeah, I try to get a lot of really accurate information on any case we're talking about. We watch Vinnie Politan over here a lot, and like these docuseries. So if you guys are into stuff like that, I always usually have really good stuff. I try to anyway. So again, hit that subscribe button. So you'll be and turn your notification on so you'll know if we are live talking about something.
And had the day off from school. The weather was unreasonably warm, but when Libby and Abby didn't show up when they were supposed to get picked up, their families began to worry, and they began to...
Thank you, WD-40, for the $3 super sticker. That was so sweet of you. Thank you.
To search. Then the next day, the bodies of these two girls were found, both victims of murder. Then over the course of the next 5+ years, there were no answers, no arrests, just a series.
Sweetheart, I don't know what you're asking me for. I saw you talking about something. Hi, Terry Shelley MC. Thank you for being here. Dawn, sweetheart, I don't know what you're asking me for. I will go back up and look. Okay, what the detective said, it was even in quotes. Let me know what you're talking about, honey. If it's something I have, I'll get it to you. But if it's something else, just let me know. Because anything I have, if you have a question about where I got it, I'm more than happy to share it with you.
Of disjointed clues, like two sketches that looked nothing alike, a video of a suspected killer, and a short audio recording of his voice. Then things got even stranger when police said they were looking for anyone connected to an Anthony Schatz social media account, which was not connected to the male model in the photos, but connected to this man who was arrested for child porn. Then the arrest of Richard.
So that, again, is bringing back the Keegan Kline aspect of it, and I don't understand. I mean, I'm assuming they looked into it because from what I understand, he currently is, or at least was, being held on charges of having child pornography. But I question his involvement in this case, and wonder why he's not even being brought up in this trial. I mean, he was the one behind the Anthony Schatz account that was talking to them the night before, and that was planning on meeting up with them. I mean, that's really relevant information for the jury to have. Allegedly speculating.
Richard Allen for the murder of the girls, someone who was not on anyone's radar, someone no one had ever mentioned as the suspect or person of interest. And now prosecutors say he is the Delphi killer. It took 5 long years before investigators announced the biggest break in their case, the arrest of Richard Allen. He was charged with 2 counts of murder and 2 counts of felony murder. And prosecutor Nick McClelland addressed this in his opening statement, saying, quote, for 5 years, he, Richard Allen, lived in this community. He worked in this community, hid in plain sight. The tight-knit community of Delphi was stunned by the arrest, and the idea of a cold-blooded killer living among them, working at their local CVS, was shocking.
In October of 2022, surprisingly, we got word that there was an arrest.
What? You know, disbelief, like, okay, I'm hearing this, but it's a process.
Like the rest of national media, I showed up to watch that press conference to announce the arrest, not knowing what to expect.
Today is not a day to celebrate, but the arrest of Richard M. Allen of Delphi on 2 counts of murder is sure a major step in leading to the conclusion of this long-term and complex investigation.
We expected to be excited and happy and like overjoyed that he's arrested, but now we're dealing with understanding that there's a lot of reopening wounds that's coming with that.
My name's Dan Semitovich. I'm the producer and co-host of Down the Hill, the Delphi Murders podcast. My first reaction, I think everyone's first reaction was, who? We had no idea who this was.
Richard Allen, you child murderer! Why did you do it? Shame on you!
My name is Nicholas McClelland. I'm the Carroll County prosecutor. Mr. Allen has had his initial hearing. He's entered a preliminary plea of not guilty, and he is in custody. He's being held currently without bond.
Here comes a guy that has never, ever been announced. He was nobody's radar. It was like, where did this guy come from?
Richard Matthew Allen was 50 years old, had no criminal history, and worked as a farm tech over at the local CVS in Delphi.
I was surprised because he seemed like a real nice guy and everything, waiting on us in the drive-thru and everything.
I had not interacted with him, but everyone knew who he was. I mean, he worked there for so long. And when I found out who it was, I never in a million years thought that it would have been him. Not someone so integral to the community and to the Delphi experience.
And because of this shock, because of the questions that still seem to linger, that leads us to our first question of the hour. Here it is. Did Richard Allen do it? Is he the one that actually committed this crime? Has the cold case been solved? With us to discuss, our experts joining us from Indiana, COURTTV senior producer Barbara McDonald and the YouTube live streamer behind the Gray Hughes Investigates podcast. Gray Hughes is with us. It's good to have you both on. Barbara, let me start with you.
Okay, I do have a post from the local news station on X stating that the jury has left for the day. I screenshotted it. I am sending it through email to myself right now, and I will pull it up in just a second. This is from the local news station, so I would believe it to be true, and they state that the jury has left for the day. So let me get this pulled up so you all can see it, and that way you know that they have indeed left for the day.
You are following every detail in this case. And the question is, have the prosecutors been able to prove that it is Richard Allen who has done this? Tell me about the state's openings and how they've laid out this case.
They're going based on a timeline that Richard Allen placed himself out at the trails the day the girls went missing, that back in 2017, according to the investigative narrative report that was written, there is no recording of that interview, but the officer who talked to him wrote a report and said that Richard Allen told him that he was out at the trails from 1:30 to 3:30 p.m. that day. That is the critical time when everything happened. Abby and Libby were dropped off at 1:49 p.m. Libby uploaded a couple of pictures of Snapchat, or two Snapchat rather, of Abby on the bridge and a shot of just the bridge at 2:07. And then the video that Libby recorded of the man approaching the girls on the bridge and ordering them down the hill, that happened at 2:13 p.m.
Okay, so I'm going to share this, and it's going to show you on X where Emily Longnecker right here, that's the woman we've been seeing talking with the news station, stated 43 minutes ago that the jury has left the Carroll County Courthouse on third day of deliberations. Richard Allen was here for part of the day. We know Allen had option to be here if jury had questions for the court. Jury has tomorrow off. Deliberations continue Monday. And then I'll show you the first one real quick that Serena sent me from the other place. Let me get this up for you, and then we'll continue on watching videos about the situation, about Richard Allen and the case so far and all of that for a little while. Oh, wrong one. For a little while longer. This one was from Serena, probably about 15 minutes ago, and this is from Defense Diaries, and it's titled Richard Allen Trial Update. Apparently the jury has now left the courthouse and are down deliberating for the day. They will return back on Monday to continue deliberations. So they have indeed left the courthouse for today. So we will continue on Monday with updates from the jury on deliberations. Let me pull this back up. We'll watch this, and I will find that Rosie talking about the Odinism theory, and then we will be back tomorrow after that. But I think both of these videos are 45 minutes, so we'll still be here for a while.
Now, the prosecutor is going to be calling on witnesses who will say they saw a man prior to that 2:13 time period who matched the man in Libby's video. And they're going to try to say that that was, in fact, Richard Allen, even though none of the witnesses said that's the guy from CVS or that is Richard Allen. Nobody identified him by name, but they're going to say that there was no other man in the area during that time period. And so it has to be Richard Allen.
And Gary, this is a case where there have been calls for transparency because of some of the rulings in this case. Also, the fact that there aren't cameras allowed inside of the courtroom or any recording devices at all. Was there anything that the state revealed in their opening statement that surprised you or was new?
Actually, it seemed pretty normal. Like, it's the stuff that we've all heard in general. I still think that there's probably some information that they haven't put out there. My belief is that Richard Allen tipped himself in early on to get ahead of it because he saw 3 girls as he was getting to the bridge that day. He parked his car at the abandoned CPS building after driving by the Hoosier Harvest store. There's a surveillance camera that captures all the movements of different cars, and that was at 1:27, and then he probably parked at 1:29, gets out of his car, and then he passes these 3 girls. Now, he has this public job, so those 3 girls, likely, he probably thought in his head later, God, they probably maybe recognized me. Now, it's also possible that he came forward after the first image was released, because they put that image out of the bridge guy about a day or 2 days after the homicides, and he, so it was 2 days after the homicide, so he probably thought, wow, that looks like me.
Okay, so I do also have the exclusive Court TV interview from a few months back where his attorney talks about the Odinism theory, and we will watch that when we finish this video. Hey, Indie girl, and welcome back. I do not know who drew that sketch. I would assume that if one of the police officers or the people working in the station drew the sketch of the suspects.
He knows it's him, so he calls the tip line. And then he interviews Dan Doolin, and he told Dan Doolin that he was there from 1:30 to 3:30, and he saw 3 girls. There was actually 4 girls. There was one that was like 9 years old also, so there's really 4, and they passed him, and he passed them, and they all admit to seeing him. So then he walks to the bridge and goes all the way to the bridge, and then that's where Betsy Blair comes into play, where she sort of narrows down the window even further, where he's right at the start of the bridge at, I would say, about 1:46. He's right there. And then she turns around and passes Abby and Libby, and Abby and Libby run into Richard Allen, or AKA Bridge Guy, at the start of the bridge. So For me, he's locked in there on the timeline.
Yeah, Gray, you're laying it out the way the prosecution tried to do in their opening statement. And let's take a look at some more quotes from that opening statement. Prosecutor Nick McClelland told this jury the facts as the state sees it. When they get across, he pulled, and they meaning the girls, he pulls out a gun and forces them down the hill. As he, Richard Allen, does this, the video on Libby German's phone shuts off. Out of fear, the girls comply. And he had the power and the fear and forced down the hill. The last face these girls saw, because their throats were slit, was Richard Allen's face. That's another line from the opening statement. Barbara McDonald, what did you think about the detail that the prosecution used in their opening statement? Do you think they kept it vague, or was it pretty detailed with all of the information they have in this case, laying it out for the jury?
It was a rather short opening statement from the elected prosecutor of Carroll County, Nicholas McClelland. He used about 13 and a half minutes compared to about an hour that the defense used. And I think he was going for a little more of the emotion of what happened and how.
So this is interesting to find out that the defense rested pretty quickly, and the opening statements were longer in the opening statements, but they kind of rested abruptly, which some of our lovely speculating family members stated that it could have been to throw the state off because they might not have been ready for their closing arguments. And evidently they did a couple of rebuttal witnesses that maybe was a little lackluster from what I've heard. And I think they might have did that to try to prepare their closing argument, since the defense rested kind of abruptly on Thursday.
How horrific this was, what happened to these girls and these families and this community. I anticipate he's going to get into a lot more of the detail once we get into the case at large. But I think he was going for more of telling the story. He even said in his opening statement that now we get to tell the rest of the story. For so many years, people have been watching this case and wanting to know more about what happened. And now is the time that we're going to get that information as this trial plays out.
I like that he started with this case is about the bridge guy, the bullet, and the brutal murder. Gray, talk to us about the bullet. It's a big part of this case.
Yeah, I mean, at the crime scene, I think it was like 2 feet away from Libby, but in between Abby and Libby, they found a .40 caliber bullet. And so what's interesting about that is I've known early on, since the beginning, that there was a sound that the police officers believed was a click or.
I do not watch Gray Hughes. I do not know who he is. I know some people like him. I know some people don't. I don't feel one way or the other about him as a person. So I just wanted to put that out there. He is on COURTTV. That's why he's on my screen right now. It's not because I clicked on his channel.
Or like, chambering a bullet at the end of the bridge. And that's when he had the girls go down the hill. And, it's interesting when you think back where on the 2019 press conference where they were looking for the driver of the vehicle that was parked at the abandoned CPS building. And it all came together when they found Richard Allen, and the bullet at the crime scene was found, and it was ejected from, it looks like, based on the ejection marks, from Richard Allen's Sig Sauer P226 pistol. So it matches that. Now, there'll probably be the defense will bring up a witness that probably tries to counter the veracity of that information. But
hey, B8.
What's interesting is when Richard Allen had 2 replacement attorneys, one of those attorneys was on a show.
And it's been stated that we can't actually, so basically what they did when they compared the bullets was like comparing apples to oranges. They compared an unspent round to a spent round, and you have to compare either 2 unspent or 2 spent rounds. And I don't think you can compare unspent rounds to really get accurate identification to begin with. And the neighbor couldn't be ruled out either, the one that drives the white van.
Prior to becoming an attorney for Richard Allen, and said how damning the ejection marks were on that bullet. So
And it is huge evidence there inside of that courtroom. Stand by, because coming up next, we're going to ask the question, did Richard Allen confess to the murders of Abby Williams and Libby German?
Richard Allen, you child murderer.
Okay, we don't need to hear that guy screaming that again. It's in like every single one of them. I see y'all feel some type of way about Gray Hughes. I've heard a lot about him. I don't know that much about him. Like I said, I don't really watch him. We did some interviews with a killer. I need to talk about Brian Koberger tomorrow. But we need to do another.
Why did you do it? Shame.
We need to do another one of the interview with a killer days, because those are really interesting in my opinion. Hold on, I don't.
During opening statements in the Delphi murders case, prosecutor Nick McClelland told the jury that one simple fact that they believe proves their case beyond a reasonable doubt.
I like
Richard Allen admitted to being there. That's what they say is all that this jury needs to believe, to know that this case, the evidence, it all proves what they have accused this man of.
Sonia Smith, thank you for being here. Sonia Smith says the conspiracy brought me in, but I vowed to set that aside and just listen to the evidence objectively, as if the Odinism theory never exists. I still couldn't convict him after all I've heard. I think that's a good way to try to look at it, and I agree. I couldn't convict him on what I had heard either. I just don't think there's enough evidence. There's no DNA. You've got this magic bullet that you can't even compare and say accurately without a doubt that it came from his gun. I don't think so. But we are going to talk about the Odinism theory after this video, or his lawyer is actually.
The probable cause affidavit goes even further, saying that investigators reviewing prior tips encountered a tip narrative from an officer who interviewed Richard Allen back in 2017. And that narrative stated Mr. Allen was on the trail between 1:30 and 2:30, while at the Freedom Bridge, he saw three females. He noted that one was taller and had brown or black hair. He did not remember a description, nor did he speak with them. And he walked from the Freedom Bridge to the High Bridge, and he did not see anybody, although he stated he was watching a stock ticker on his phone as he walked. So on top of admitting to being on the trail the day the girls disappeared, the state then claimed that defendant Richard Allen confessed multiple times to killing Abby Williams and Libby German. And this was all while he was being held in the Westville Correctional Facility after he'd been arrested. During a preliminary hearing, a prison psychologist testified that Allen told her he wanted to confess to the killings of the girls. An Indiana State Police detective also testified that Allen confessed more than 60 times, most often to his wife and mother, who reportedly didn't believe him.
Really?
So all of that gets us to our second question in this investigation. Did Richard Allen actually confess?
And he did confess, we know, but I mean, under what situations, what circumstances is my issue. Hello, Laws Alberton. Laws Alberton says Gray Hughes is a very smart man. Allen killed those two girls. Okay. Thank you for letting me know your perspective. I appreciate that.
Let's bring back in our guest, still with us to discuss. COURTTV senior producer Barbara McDonald and the YouTube live streamer behind Gray Hughes Investigates. Gray Hughes is with us. Barb, tell me about this confession, because we've heard so much about how many there are and all of these differences. And I know we'll get to what the defense says about them, but why is the prosecution believing these words?
Well, there were numerous confessions that happened after Richard Allen had already been incarcerated for about 4 or 5 months after his arrest. He was placed, rather than being in a county jail, which is typically what happens after somebody is arrested and charged with a crime, he was placed in a maximum security prison, basically in solitary confinement, treated as if he was on death row, essentially. And that was for his safekeeping. and he was housed there for the better part of 2 years.
Right, in solitary confinement in a place that, per the mental health board of the state, you're not supposed to be in for more than 30 days at a time. Toxic Orchid said, I'm wondering if a mistrial is going to be what happens. I think so. If I'm just putting my speculations out there, I think so.
Until very recently, when the judge changed that safekeeping order and allowed him to go to a county jail. But during that incarceration, that first prison that he was at, Westville, he was subjected to very harsh conditions, and he was being treated for psychosis by that.
Yes, Renee S. Thank you for being here. Yes, they have stopped for the day. Per the news station in that area, I wanted to make sure and verify through the news station. They made a post on Twitter saying they have stopped for the day and will be back Monday.
Same prison psychologist that you had mentioned, she diagnosed him as being psychotic. And even at one point during his incarceration, he was being treated with antipsychotic medications against his will.
You're welcome.
Because he wasn't taking them. So he was basically being injected against his will with that medication. And that's sort of what was going on when these confessions were happening. There's about 61 of them. The prosecutor says that some of them do contain information that only the killer would know, and that Richard Allen described to his wife and to his mother that he did it, why he did it, and how he did it.
And Barbara, follow-up, have they released the information that only the killer would know?
No, we don't know exactly what that information is that they're saying only the killer would know that is contained in these confessions. However, the confessions are going to be admitted at his trial, all 61 or however many there are, at least 61 of them. And the jury is going to be able to hear them because some of them were recorded. We understand that some of them were also written by Richard Allen, and then others were given verbally to various people, to the psychologist, to the warden,
thank you, Renee.
to other inmates, to some of the guards, as well as his own family.
Gray, what kind of timeline are we talking about, and what do you think? Did he confess based on what we know?
Well, I think that those medications started after, if I'm remembering correctly, after his first confessions. So what happened, in my opinion, is everything was fine in there. He was reading books, he was exercising.
Yes,
things were going well, as well as they can in a prison, I guess. And he confessed to his wife and to his mother, and his wife actually hung up the phone really quick and was like, "Oh my God," and then called the attorney up. And
from what I understand now, he is accurate about that, unless I'm mistaken. From what I understand, he confessed relatively quickly when he was in jail. And this would have been before he got moved and before he was put on the antipsychotic medication. Now, I could be wrong about that, but if I remember correctly from when he got arrested in that time period, I think that's what was said that happened. So I do believe he's right about that.
And then after that, miraculously, Richard Allen started chewing paper and drooling on his shirt and doing all these, kind of crazy things. And I wouldn't be shocked at all if some of those confessions that have false information were actually planned to put out there to muddy the waters of the confessions that actually truly have information that only the killer would know. For example, they're saying that Richard Allen was interrupted after going down the hill. So is that in a confession that he mentioned something? And I wonder if law enforcement can verify the thing that he said interrupted him. And I think that's what's going to come out at trial. And I don't know how he's going to get away from that one.
Yeah, Gray, the defense is attacking this.
And we no doubt that it was supposedly the white van of the neighbor pulling up that interrupted him. But you have to question Dr. Walla and her fangirling over the situation and telling him that he had supporters. Is it something that could have slipped out of her mouth or some of the guards or anything like that? we don't know where it came from. So while it is weird, you know, just putting everything out there so we can make an informed decision. It has been stated about Dr. Walla and the officers might have slipped up and said something. It's a possibility. We don't know, you know.
Confession. They are saying they're not legitimate. And they also talk about what's mixed in. Can you talk about what's mixed in that's a problem? We only have about 30 seconds.
When you say mixed in, what are you?
The things that he said that were not true. I believe it was something about his grandchildren.
Shooting, yeah, yeah, he mentioned shooting, like they were shot with a gun and various things that are absolutely not part of what really happened. So I think those were planted as look at, you know, like you throw a bunch of false confessions in there and you try to muddy the waters of the real ones that happened early on. And then all the medications and him acting strangely. And then as soon as he was evaluated by psychologists, I believe after that, he miraculously got normal again. I mean, it was pretty weird how it all just, I think they're going to prove this stuff at the trial too. I think the prosecution is going to do what I just said right there.
Now, there's a lot more to dig into. Gray Hughes, Barbara McDonald, thank you so much for breaking this down for us. We do have to get to a break. I'm Julia Janae in for Vinnie Politan. We'll keep digging for answers as the investigation continues.
I dropped the StreamYard link just in case anybody wanted to come up. Don't feel obligated. I was just putting it out there just in case anybody wanted to. She's going to come right back, so I'm not skipping it ahead yet. I don't want to play his music because I could get in trouble for that. All right, hold on. Hold on just a minute.
Politan Investigates. I'm Julia Janae in for Vinnie Politan, and we continue our investigation into the Delphi murders. The true crime community has been closely following this case intensely for 7 years, and now some believe the wrong man has been charged. Here's the story.
Teenagers Abby Williams and Libby German were best friends, living in a small rural community of Delphi, Indiana. On February 13th, 2017, the girls had a day off from school, so they decided to go on an outdoor adventure. They were dropped off near the Monon High Bridge. While on that bridge, Libby recorded a man with her phone uttering the words, "It was down the hill where Libby and Abby would be murdered." Prosecutors say that man on the bridge is responsible, and they say that man is Richard Allen. But Allen and his attorneys say prosecutors have it all wrong. They say Allen is innocent, and it was someone else on the bridge that day who took the lives of these two innocent girls.
So the defense here, they're saying that there's not the right person in custody, that the investigation didn't go properly, and that the defendant is not the one who is responsible for the deaths of Abby Williams and Libby German.
Bradley Rosie and Andrew Baldwin issued a press release not too long into their getting the case, and they said they believe that Richard Allen is innocent. Do you have an opinion on that?
I do. I don't think Mr. Allen had anything to do with this. I honestly don't. Now, what I believe, nobody cares. My job would have been to convince.
So this interview, there is what we're gonna play next. Is where they're gonna cut it up and like talk in between it, but it's gonna be the full interview. That this is a part of you're seeing here. We're gonna play the full one after this video.
There's 12 jurors of that.
You're a defense attorney, so that's your job to sort of say your client is innocent. Is that something you say about all your clients?
No, and rarely do I believe it. But in this particular case, I believe it 100%.
That was a former attorney for Richard Allen, William Libredo. But during the defense, who is representing the accused, in the opening statement, attorney Andrew Baldwin told the jury this: Richard Allen is truly innocent. From the evidence and the lack of evidence, it may be hard to truly believe. Richard Allen was never on the trails with those girls.
Richard Allen was gone by 1:30 from the trails. His car is gone by 2:15 p.m. out of the CPS lot. We know by evidence. So that brings us to our next question. What is Richard Allen's defense in this case? What's the jury going to hear about inside of that courtroom in Delphi, Indiana? With us to discuss, joining us from Indiana, COURTTV senior producer Barbara McDonald is with us, plus the president of and CEO of the Troeth, largest international organization of heathenry, a practicing heathen and expert on Odinism, Lauren Crow. Barbara McDonald, let me start with you. The defense in this case has tried to get a lot in front of the jury. Tell us what the jury did hear about in terms of the defense in this case and what was not allowed to come in.
Well, they're not allowing that Odinism defense, and that was something that the current defense team, they were the original defense team, and then they were released by the judge, fired, if you will, and then reinstated.
Sorry about that. Hey, Zaya.
There I am. Oh, hi, everybody. I just came up to hang out.
Okay, I wanted Hunter's Moon. Yes, the jury left for today. They left around 2, and that was per the news station. Thank you for coming up, Zio. And I wanted to give you guys
having me.
Yeah. I wanted to give you guys a trigger warning because she's going to talk about some things that might be difficult to hear. So I just wanted to let y'all know that.
Stated by the Supreme Court. So there was a period of about 2 or 3 months where they were not, the current defense attorneys were not representing Richard Allen and those other gentlemen. Mr. Libredo, who I spoke to a couple of months ago, was the interim attorneys. But now we're back to that original team. They initially put out some information in a motion saying that not only is Richard Allen not guilty of these murders, but these other people that had been looked at by law enforcement. And this is information that the defense didn't obtain through their own investigation. They obtained through the discovery, rather, that came from the prosecution in the case, and that there were these other men who had these Odinist ties that law enforcement looked into, that the defense feels weren't fully looked into, that there could have been more done to look at these people, and that there are outstanding questions about these people and their potential involvement in this crime.
All right, before we get Lauren to weigh in, I do want to dig more into this defense that attempted to come in front of the jury, but the judge rather, shut it down. And that's this defense that there was a group of Odinists who were responsible for the girls' murders and that they died as a part of a ritualistic killing. Now, the defense even claimed that guards who were tasked with protecting Allen in prison were open about their beliefs in Odin, and they wore Odinist patches on their prison uniforms, and that one guard even had an Odin tattoo on his face. Take a listen to more of Allen's former defense attorney explaining what they uncovered.
So again, we'll watch the full interview of this, and this expert again is going to talk about some things that might be hard to hear. So again, I just want to let y'all know.
You had not heard of Odinism when it first was floated with regard to this case?
I honestly thought, I was like, no disrespect to Mr. Baldwin, Mr. Rosie, because they're excellent lawyers. I thought it was hocus pocus. I honestly didn't, I'd never heard of it. And the more I got into it, that's a real thing. It is a real thing, and it's scary.
In what way?
Well, I believe they sacrificed a girl and killed another one. Some of the people that live in Delphi were very brazen about their Odinistic beliefs on their Facebook pages and other social media accounts, including the sergeant who was in charge of keeping Mr. Allen safe in Westville.
You're good, Trixie.
It's real. just the other day, Robert and I were going to lunch, and we saw a Jeep Wrangler right here in Fort Wayne with a spare tire on the back, and the cover said Odin, and it had all Odin spears like around on the cover. I would have never known what that meant, and outside of this case. So Mr. Baldwin and Mr. Rosie were onto something right away.
You described one of those officers that's mentioned in one of Rosie and Baldwin's filings, Sergeant Jones, who was wearing patches that said "In Odin We Trust" on his Department of Corrections uniform.
Yep.
Brad, we're glad you're here with us, love.
The judge ordered the warden to make them stop. And then what did you notice?
That Mr. Jones had it tattooed under his right eye. From the best we can tell, it looks a lot like Odin's spear. And he had several tattoos on his forearms, including the interlocking triangles that are on his Facebook post. I got to give credit to Mr. Rosie and Mr. Baldwin that, they picked up on that. We saw him, and, confinement officers at the Allen County Jail aren't even allowed to have facial hair, let alone facial tattoos. I was a little miffed that the warden allowed that, or, he even knew what it was.
Now, this information can be really difficult to digest if you have no idea what this attorney is explaining. Lauren Crow, you are an expert in Odinism. How do you describe it to people who have never even heard the term?
Odinism is a religious gang. Essentially, it was in the United States. Odinism was primarily founded by a woman named Elsa Christensen, who wanted to use Norse pagan flavorings to have a quote unquote religious group that could meet in prisons in Florida. And something I do want to clear up, because I think this is very important. Not everyone who believes in Odin is an Odinist. I would argue that Odinists are such a small percentage. As a heathen, which is what you call someone who worships the Norse or Germanic gods, I worship Odin. And some of the tattoos he presented, like the one he said was under that guard's eye, that is not a spear. That's called the Web of Weird. Has nothing to do with Odin. Has to do with another god, a group of goddesses called the Norns, and it's all about understanding your place in the world, your fate. It has nothing to do with Odin. The interlocking triangles, once again, are called a Vegasphere. That's the thing he was talking about on the back of someone's Jeep. The interlocking triangles are called a Valknot. They are also a symbol of strength in a warrior. Warriors often put them on as a means to mark themselves as strong and a warrior.
I think it's important to hear from an expert on the subject, but I don't necessarily agree with everything she has to say about it.
Someone who's working for good in the world. Are there bad people who use these symbols? Absolutely. Does the Westboro Baptist Church reflect what every Christian does? So I find it highly disturbing that we're going to lump every person. And I've reviewed all these documents. I've looked at these Facebooks. Fact of the matter is, I know what an Odinist is. There were probably Odinists in that prison because Odinist is a prison gang, is a prison religion.
No, yeah, she's supposedly an expert on the religion, but I don't agree with that, and that was the part I had an issue with. So there can be Odinism, and then there can be an Odinism like sect that is a gang in a prison, okay? But it doesn't mean that Odinism started in prison as a prison gang. I don't agree with that statement at all. It's just like you have Christianity, but then you have Catholics and Baptists and Protestants and all of those things. Like it's a subsect that's in the prison, in my opinion. I don't, that was the part that I had a real big problem with out of what she said.
But the guys who they're talking about in Delphi, they're also true or heathen, which is completely different. It's about like saying, oh, well, this group of Methodists did this crime, so let's go arrest the Baptists down the street and the Catholics. I think a lot of people mistake that it's a religion with very varied beliefs, lots of sects. I mean, we're like every other religion. We disagree and we split off. People disagree about all kinds of things. But the important thing to remember is Odinism is a very small sect. It is very racist. It's very violent because it's a prison gang, and that's how prisons operate. And so,
again, I don't think that we can classify every Odinist we've ever come across as being a racist or violent. That's not necessarily true. Maybe the prison gang is, but not every person who practices northern heathenry is necessarily racist or violent. It's a religion just like all other religions. I mean, if you want to talk about specifically the prison gang, then say that and don't lump it under the umbrella of all Odinism, in my opinion. I'm not Odinism and I'm not an expert, but it really bothered me to hear her say those things. And I just wanted to let y'all put that out there.
I agree 100%.
Having spoken with people who work we have a program called In Reach where we...
Sorry about that.
That's okay. I was just going to say, the way she puts it out there, I think it's important that you distinguish between the cultural or spiritual practice of Odinism and the way some of the prison gangs are appropriating it. So a lot of people that practice Norse paganism or heathenry do it peacefully. They don't do it in a racist context. And various heathen organizations actively denounce the use of Odinism for hate-based ideologies. And that's just a fact. So that's all I was going to say.
Thank you so much for reiterating that. I appreciate that. And I think it is really important to put that out there because, I mean, I disagree. And it upsets me that she's up there as an expert on it on Court TV for everybody to see. Hello, NG Lynn. NG Lynn says she said Odin is one of the Norse gods in the religion she believes in. She specifically said she was not an Odinist. Okay, thank you for reiterating that for me.
It's not that I don't believe that. I mean, I believe what she said. She said she wasn't an Odinist and all of that. But what I'm saying is that you can't put it out into the world that everybody appropriates the religion as some sort of a gang-related thing in some sort of a hate-related racist context, because that's not what I've seen. Otherwise, we have to blanket that over all religions. Odinism is associated with certain prison gangs, yes, but it's not a prison gang itself. It's the revival of an ancient Norse pagan belief that honors the deities like Odin and Thor. But people in prison have adopted the symbols and the beliefs of Odinism and Norse mythology after they blend them together, but they blend it together with white supremacist ideology to form their prison gangs or their extremist groups. That's not to blanket the whole idea of Odinism. It's just, anyway, that's a lot of word salad. I understand that, but it's a very complex, it might be a small sect, but it's very complex.
Right. Yeah. And that's what I'm saying as well. Like, I mean, my issue is with it is that you're saying that they're all violent and racist. And it's just like Christianity. We have Christianity, but there's subsects. There's Catholic, there's Baptist, there's Protestant, there's the FLDS. These are all subsects of Christianity, just like this prison gang is a subsect of Odinism. Like there are Odinist or Norse heathenry practicing religion, but there is a subsect of that is a prison gang that might be racist and violent, is basically what we're trying to say. Hello, Kimmy Lou, and thank you for being here.
I think
we actually work with prisoners.
Do what?
No, you're good. I know you want to get back to the video. She said it was, or NG said it's important to respect heathen religions and not lump them all together into satanic panic. And I think people associate Odinism with satanic panic because they're perceived as dangerous because of the imagery. People see the symbols and the rituals. And during the satanic panic, society had a heightened fear of alternative beliefs. Like people that believed in the occult symbolism and mythology. So the symbolism, sometimes just the symbols scare people. It's the fear of the unknown. And when people see prison gangs and extremist groups using Odinist symbols, then they just link it automatically to that. And it just scares people. It can be nonviolent, but it just scares people based on imagery.
Right. Right. Agreed. Yeah, we just talked about kind of the satanic panic and how that led to 3 boys in West Memphis, Arkansas, being convicted of a crime that I don't think they committed, and no justice for the other 3 children that were murdered.
We're working in 125 prisons and jails and facilities right now in the United States.
Right.
And
We're a W.
None of them have ever heard of an Odinist guard. And in fact, these guards were heathen. They were not Odinists. They were the opposite of Odinists. They were people who were pro-LGBT, who were anti-racist. And so it deeply bothers me that these lawyers, it reminds me of the satanic panic of the 1980s, which I lived through as I grew up near West Memphis. So I have firsthand experience with this. I find it very disturbing to paint everyone this broad brush and everyone's an Odinist. To me, it would be like if I saw the Westboro Baptist Church or Al-Qaeda and tried to paint the entire religion with just that very small sect.
Lauren, I appreciate you breaking down that for people because it may be completely foreign to them. And we do have to get...
She directly contradicted herself, in my opinion.
To a break, but we are going to talk more about the Delphi murders and the defense that was in front of this jury. So our next question will be, was this investigation botched?
And I'm not gonna, oh, dang. I wanted y'all to hear that, but I'm not gonna play their music because I can get in trouble. All right.
Whoop. Of Libby German and Abby Williams were discovered. Questions flooded the town of Delphi. Was the killer one of their own? There were several witnesses who claimed to have seen the suspect on February 13th, 2017, and they came forward, giving investigators an idea of who may have killed these 2 best friends. And there were 2 sketches that came out of these witnesses telling police what they saw. Sketches of the suspect that couldn't look more different. They were released in 2017 and 2019. And clearly the sketch on the left does resemble defendant Richard Allen, but the sketch on the right clearly shows a younger man. And these 2 very different images have been synonymous with this case. The state filed a motion asking the court to prohibit these sketches from coming in at trial. Allen's defense team filed this response saying that, quote, to the extent that the sketches do not resemble Richard Allen, they are highly...
Hey, Sue Moon, and thank you for being here. I appreciate that. Sue Moon says that I think she was saying that all along. Could have been. I had an issue. It felt to me like she was trying to lump them, but I could be wrong in that. I just wanted to make sure that I reiterated that it's, we don't want to lump everything together.
Relevant and evidence which tends to show that someone else committed the crime logically makes it less probable that the defendant committed the crime and thus meets the definition of relevance. So at the end, Judge Fran Gull sided with the state, ruling that these sketches aren't admissible in court. So that brings us to another question. Many have questioned the vast differences between these 2 sketches. So we wonder, was this investigation botched from the very beginning? Let's bring back in our guests from Indiana. COURTTV senior producer Barbara McDonald is with us, and also joining us now, retired police commander and author of the book Deceived and host of the Profiling Evil podcast.
I said Sue Moon. I meant Sue Moore. Thank you for that.
Mike King is with us. Barbara McDonald, talk to us about these sketches and why they aren't coming in. I know the judge ruled that they are out, but what was her reasoning?
Her reasoning was she sided with the state, who said these were simply investigative tools that were used, and they were never used to identify Richard Allen, and they did not lead to his arrest. And therefore, for this prosecution, these investigative tools are irrelevant. The defense, as you put...
But my issue is you felt they were relevant enough to put those sketches out there for the public to see. So therefore, they are relevant in the case, and the jury should be allotted that information. But that's just my opinion. Also, you felt the need to create a separate task force for the Odinist theory. So again, I think that would also be relevant for the jury to hear.
Pointed out, said, no, they are relevant, but the judge sided with the prosecution and they will not be coming in at trial.
Mike King, in all your years in law enforcement and seeing trials happen with defendants at the defense table, do sketches typically come in at trial?
Well, if the sketch leads to a witness coming forward and saying, I saw that guy and he looks like my brother-in-law, that becomes a whole lot more important. But I think we have to put this in perspective too, Julia. When I think back on this, I think that was going through a series of time when they were thinking about an Anthony Schatz, if you remember, and whether Keegan Kline was tied to this. And you wonder sometimes, at least I find myself wondering, if law enforcement wasn't floating a little bit of a trial balloon as they put out this kind of information. The other thing I think about is we still don't know today, although I don't believe it's true, whether there were other people involved in these homicides. And could they have had multiple witnesses who saw people that looked differently? In effect, putting more than one person at the scene. That doesn't mean that Richard Allen did it, but it doesn't mean that he didn't do it either. And so I think we have to take each of these with a grain of salt, and we have to look at the timeline of when they're released, why they're released. And now law enforcement and the prosecution are in a position where they can start to reveal what their hand was, where they can say, here's why I was holding this card close to the vest. And it may have been to shake somebody up, to see if somebody would do something. They could have had something going on where they were monitoring a social media account. They wanted to see what happened when they put that up. There could be 1,000 different reasons, but from my perspective, it's just a bunch of noise when people say this proves that it couldn't be this individual or that individual, or this is something that has to be entered in.
Barbara.
Zayo, I'm so sorry to hear that, love. I'm glad you're okay.
Mike mentions the question of whether there was more than one person. There were two girls. This seemingly happened in a short amount of time, if you believe the timeline that's been laid.
Hey, Jennergy, thank you for being here. Yeah, that was probably Abellis or Eek that bought you a membership. Thank you for dropping in, and thank you for being here. Thank you, Eek and Abellis, too.
Laid out. So tell me about if there's any evidence or if the defense is able to put in front of this jury this allegation that perhaps there was someone else.
I think that's something that the defense is certainly going to argue, is that what happened out there, given the terrain, given what was found at the crime scene, that it would have taken one person a very long time to have done all of that. According to the state's timeline of this case, Richard Allen abducted these girls at 2:13 p.m. and then by 3:30, 4 o'clock, he was getting out of there and it was all over and done with. Over the years, as I have talked to law enforcement officers and investigators, they have kind of wondered, could there be more than one person involved? Was it one person? Was it two? We also found out in opening statements that there were two different murder weapons involved. And so that could lead many people to believe that it had to have been two different people to have committed this crime. So that's something the defense is very likely to really play up as we...
I think there was more than one people involved. Personally, that's just my personal opinion.
Proceed through this case, but the state, they have said, we believe it was one person. We believe that one person is Richard Allen.
Let's talk about those opening statements. Allen's defense attorney, Andrew Baldwin, told the jury this, that 2 days ago, law enforcement is, quote, scrambling a bit. There was a strand of hair found around her finger. And this case was messed up from the beginning. Evidence was lost. It is gone. Mike King, let me ask you first, what do you think they mean by the law enforcement scrambling in this case? We know that was pretty big information, that there's a strand of hair found in the hands of one of the victims and it doesn't match Richard Allen.
Yeah, so I have a hard time believing law enforcement found out 2 days ago there was a strand. The thing that I see happening is that someone dismissed it as not being tied to the crime or being that important, or it got bagged during the collection process at the crime scene or in the morgue. And during that autopsy, it was placed and put away, and there was so many things happening that it got overlooked. I think when they say law enforcement scrambling, I think they are scrambling right now because they're saying, hey, we can nip this one in the bud if we find something that ties this person to this hair to another family member, or we can identify where the hair originates, because there are so many places that hair could have come from. And you have to think about this from the perspective of.
And don't forget the 72 or 73 other hairs that were found at the actual crime scene. You know, the crime scene where there's no DNA from Richard Allen. They collected no DNA. Just saying.
Looking at a crime scene, there are times when things drop onto a victim in a crime scene, especially if that victim is covered in blood and the blood starting to get a little tacky, where things could have fixed. It could have been affixed as a rescue operation was in place, where somebody was checking to see if there's a pulse. And kind of hard to imagine, given the gravity of what we heard the condition of those girls was at the time. But there are so many ways.
That's going to be big in this case. Mike King and Barbara McDonald, we do have to go, but thank you for lending your expertise. This is a case that's been shrouded in secrecy from the beginning. The investigators have kept quiet. They've shared very little information with the public, and the judge overseeing this case isn't allowing the public to watch it on television or on the internet. The problem is when there's no transparency and people are already questioning whether the right man has been arrested, it can create more distrust. Will the public trust this verdict once the jury reaches it? I'm Julia Janae in for.
And that's my question. Like, I don't think that there's always going to be half of the people who believe it and half of the people who don't. I wanted to say hey to you, Mindy, and thank you for being here. I have got this other video, and they played kind of like a lot of it because it's a relatively short interview with that attorney, I guess that they said used to be his, in that clip. Let me see. I put it in the one titled Richard Allen. Okay, hold on a minute. Let me find my Richard Allen playlist. I skipped it. Okay, there it is. Mindy, I wanted to tell you thank you for being here. Okay, right here. So this is going to be the interview with his, I guess, ex-attorney. And we'll watch
the old
this.
self, and here's the new self.
We'll watch this, and then I'll have to go for the day. It's going to go through the interview with his attorney and his attorney's thoughts, and they're going to talk about it. This is called, from COURTTV, it's called Delphi Red Rum's exclusive, and it's titled Richard Allen is Innocent. So let's see what they have to say.
It was an unseasonably warm February day in 2017 in the small rural town of Delphi, Indiana. It's not a place where you worry about your teenage kids deciding to go on an adventure. So when Abby Williams and her best friend Libby German decided to go on a hike near the Monon High Bridge in the middle of the day, no one thought it was dangerous. But when Libby and Abby did not show up when they were supposed to get picked up, their families began to worry and they began to search. Then the next day, the worst news possible. The bodies of these two young girls were found, both victims of murder. As the investigation progressed over 5 years, there were sketches of the suspect that looked like two different people, and there was video of the killer. And finally, an arrest of the accused murderer, Richard Allen. Allen says he didn't do it, and he also alleges it was a group of Odinites who are responsible, white nationalists practicing an ancient Nordic religion. This case has also been buried in legal controversy involving Richard Allen's attorneys who were on the case, off the case and replaced, and then back on the case. Tonight, we'll speak with one of his replacement attorneys about Allen's innocence, his treatment while in custody, and Odinism as we continue our investigation of the Delphi murders.
I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Abby and Libby were best friends. And when I think about what happened to them and the moments of terror that they went through, the fact that two were murdered doubles the tragedy, obviously. But for each one of them, at least they weren't alone, right? I mean, that's a small consolation. But it reminds me of what we're dealing with out in Idaho with Kaylee and Maddie, best friends, who were also murdered. when they were together. It's incredible loss for two families, and now having to go through everything that they've gone through. This is almost unconscionable, the point that we're at now for the victims. It took 5 years for Richard Allen to be arrested. This was a guy who spoke with someone, gave a statement like the day.
And my concern with this is that, you know, regardless of whether Richard Allen is found innocent or guilty, are these two girls going to really get justice? Is he really the man? Is he really not the man? And if he's not the man and he's found innocent, are they going to continue looking for the man? Again, I reference the West Memphis Three with Stevie Byers, Christopher Moore, and I can't remember the other one. But those three little boys were red-rummed by three teenage boys, supposedly, who really didn't do it, but had to say they were guilty. And I don't think we're ever going to get justice for them either. That's my biggest fear in this, that Abby and Libby will never actually get justice. And I think that we've got to try to do our best to make sure that that happens.
Day of or the day after, saying he was there. And that in part became the basis for what they did like 5 years later in investigating him and executing a search warrant of his home. All things that could have been done easily within the first month of this investigation. He said he was there. And they had
Thank you, Sarah.
some video image of the person who was there that they were able to retrieve. So at least at that point, they're like, oh, all right, we've got a video of the killer. Well, who was there that day, guys? I mean, it didn't happen. I can't believe it. But he's been arrested. Now, obviously, he says he's completely innocent and did not do this. And he gets the presumption of innocence. And his original attorneys, who are fighting tooth and nail on this one and also believe in his innocence, are back on the case, Baldwin and Rosie. These two guys have been very aggressive in their defense of Richard Allen. Not a popular position to be in, right?
Zio, if you want to say something, hun, just let me know. Like, just speak out, and I'll pause the video as quick as I can.
No, we're chatting about hair follicles, and the truth is, everybody's talking about the hair and whether or not fallen hair with the bulb attached is the same as root damage. And the fact is that it is not. You can lose your hair all day long and have a little bulb attached at the end. That is completely and 100% the truth. But if you're having it pulled out, it's going to have damage to the root itself, to the follicle itself. So you have 3 cycles when you're shedding your hair. This is so, you have your growth, and you have your resting, and then you have your shedding. When the hair reaches the end of its growth cycle, it naturally detaches, and it can have a bulb, a tiny bulb that's often mistaken for the root. That is a process.
Okay, because I thought the bulb was the root as well. So
The bulb is not. It is not the root. It's the process that is of falling out naturally. But that doesn't mean that the actual root or the follicle was damaged. It's different.
Okay.
In my opinion, allegedly educated a little bit, but yes.
Thank you for that. See, I learned something new today as well. I didn't know that.
I love the banter in the chat. I absolutely love the banter and the ideas in chat. But I will say one thing, 100% for sure. We all have the ability to read and research before we put an opinion out as fact. And I would encourage everybody to try to do that, to at least look at if it's online. And we all kind of want to snub that. Everything is on Google nowadays. You can look up something, research it in the books that it was written in, and find out whether it's a fact or not. Not just, hey, Google, do roots of your hair come out, but actually research it. And you can do that.
Right. Yeah.
Don't fight me. Don't fight me.
I love the chat here too.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I love seeing you guys chat. I love reading the chat. That's like one of my favorite things when I come live is to see all you guys in chat. I love it. Thank you, Eek, for that. I mean, Zio, I'm sorry, I said the wrong name. I was thinking about you.
Tried to encourage Eek to fight me.
Right? This is the highest profile case. Went unsolved for years. Horrific murder. And you're representing the accused killer. You're not going to be popular, but they want in on this case. They want to do it. They believe in his innocence. So that's a significant factor in all of this, because this isn't going to be one of those cases where the defense rolls over. And we've had a few trials like that here on Court TV, where people, the evidence is overwhelming, and, you know, the defense does their thing, but doesn't really do their thing. Completely different in this case. So tonight we have a Court TV exclusive, because as you know, there have been different lawyers representing Richard Allen at different times. And one of them, William Libretto, who was one of the replacement lawyers, is now off the case, but spoke exclusively with Court TV. And joining me in studio, senior producer of Court TV documentaries, Barbara McDonald, who...
Thank you, Abellis. That's so sweet. I love you guys too. I love all my little speculating family members. You guys are amazing.
Did that interview. Barbara, great to see you. How did this all come about?
I have reached out to him before asking for an interview. He was under the gag order while he was on the case. As soon as that Supreme Court decision came down, I reached out again. He said, yeah, I want to talk now. So we set it up. I flew up to Fort Wayne and we sat down and talked.
So big picture, after sitting down and speaking with him, what was your biggest takeaway?
Hello, Lolly, and thank you for being here. Lolly says, okay, if Allen didn't do it, then who did? There is a lot of speculation on that. I've heard this child or older brother of a friend named Elvis possibly did it. I have heard that the neighbor that drove the white van did it. I'm sure those in chat can tell you all of the people who could have possibly done it or possibly be a suspect in this. Thank you for being here, and thank you for that question. Great question.
From the whole thing.
How I think bothered he is by this case and the treatment that Richard Allen is receiving while he's being held in a maximum security prison pending trial, the role of potential Odinist in this case, and he believes that Richard Allen is innocent.
Wow. Okay, so let's do this. Let's get to that interview. The folks at home are like, Vinny, will you play the interview? Yes, we will. Let's take a listen. Now, this is the part where you're talking about his innocence,
yes.
Right? And folks at home know the difference in our legal world between believing your client's innocent and believing that the other side doesn't have enough evidence to prove that he's guilty. Those are two different things. Two different things. He believes he's innocent. Let's take a listen.
Bradley Rosie and Andrew Baldwin issued a press release not too long into their getting the case, and they said they believe that Richard Allen is innocent. Do you have an opinion on that?
I do. I don't think Mr. Allen had anything to do with this. I honestly don't. Now,
Allie, Alaska, if you're leaving, bye, love, and thank you for being here today.
what I believe, nobody cares. My job would have been to convince 12 jurors of that.
You're a defense attorney, so that's your job to sort of say your client is innocent. Is that something you say about all your clients?
No, and rarely do I believe it. But in this particular case, I believe it 100%.
And what convinced you?
Conversations with him, the fact that he lived in this very small community that's not much bigger than a high school. He worked at the CVS in Delphi. The police sketches are hung up in the CVS. The bridge guy picture is in the CVS. And in 5.5 years, no one comes into that store and says that kind of looks like you. And I don't know if this has any relevance. And, you know, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but an arrest was made 24, 27 days before a sheriff election. Just my humble opinion that played some kind of role in his arrest.
And I could see that, and the theory behind that is that this sheriff wanted to be reelected. So what better way to be reelected than to say, hey, you know, this murder that we haven't been able, this red rum that we haven't been able to solve for 5+ years. Well, I just solved that crime, so reelect me as sheriff, is kind of the thought process he's having when he says that.
Arrest. And he hadn't moved. He hadn't changed his story. No facts or evidence have changed, to my knowledge, that brought law enforcement back to him 5.5 years later. He has no criminal record. They raided his house, took all of his social media. There's no ties to this Odinistic cult whatsoever. He didn't even know that there was Odinist in Delphi. He had never heard of it. Just a lot of things don't make sense.
Bradley Rosie and Andrew Baldwin also said that that there's no electronic evidence linking him to the crime scene or the girls, and that there's no DNA of his at the scene. Is that accurate?
Yes. As far as I can tell, yes.
All right, we're going to bring in some more guests to join me and Barbara here. Joining us in Orange County, California, the author of Forest for the Trees, a book about the Delphi murders, investigative producer Chris Todd. And in Salt Lake City, Utah, retired police commander, religious cult expert, host of the Profiling Evil podcast, and the author of the book Deceived, an investigation into Zion Society cult. Mike King is here.
Jittergy, that was Zio's video. I saw that and I was laughing out loud in the bed beside my husband when we were going to bed that night, and I just died laughing. That video had me laughing till my stomach hurt. That was Zio's video, the person that's on stage. So she yeah, if you want to check that out, go give her a like and subscribe. It was funny.
Barbara, I'll start with Barbara, though. I'm going to ask her a quick question. The fact here that you're asking him about, he believes in the innocence. What was the sense you're getting in the room with him?
That he felt that. He was very sincere, I thought. His answers were careful and deliberate, but I thought he was sincere and he believed what he was saying.
Chris Todd, you investigated this thing. One of the things that he points out, for 5 years, the pictures of the sketches of the killer, that don't look alike, but that's another story, right? The picture of the actual video grab are in the CVS where this guy's working, and no one's putting 2 and 2 together. What are your thoughts about why the arrest of Richard Allen in that time frame?
Well, we've talked about this before, and I don't believe Richard Allen is Bridge Guy. And I believe that's what we're all talking about here, is how would no one recognize him, his voice, his body type, his height? How would nobody know that it's him? I don't believe he is Bridge Guy. I've stated who I believe that is. I'm not going to say it this second, but
so I mean, there's a little bit of a resemblance, in my opinion, between this picture and this picture, maybe in the eyes and the nose. I'm not sure though. I mean, I think this sketch really is Bridge Guy, but I don't know. I think that they look like Keegan Kline too. It's definitely questionable, at least, and I don't know, disputable at best.
I do believe Richard Allen is involved. I just don't think he's on the bridge.
And that gets us to a whole nother place, right? That he's not alone in doing all of this. All right, Mike King, here's the evidence, right? Because he's arrested because they believe they have evidence in the case. It's not like, oh, it's just, hey, he's at CVS, let's get that guy. Richard Allen told police he was on the trail the day Abby and Libby went missing. Richard Allen's description of the clothing he was wearing that day matches the clothing of the suspect in the video on the victim's phone. A vehicle resembling Allen's 2016 Ford Focus was observed near the trail around 1:30, and the Indiana State Police Lab determined an unspent round found near the victims' bodies had been cycled through Richard Allen's Sig Sauer model P226, which apparently he kept for all those years, according to prosecutors. Your thoughts about the strength of that case based on that evidence?
I think that it really is important and really strong, Vinny. I mean, you got to take into account how can all these things happen? And we've talked about circumstantial evidence in these kinds of cases before. And I don't know whether Richard Allen's responsible for this or not, but I do know.
Brian says there had to be footprints, and yeah, I would think so too, especially if they're wearing boots. Even if it hadn't rained recently, that would leave impressions in the mud, and I think there was a footprint, but they ruled it out and said it was one of the girls, which is, again, questionable at best.
Know that you just named 5 things that are incredibly coincidental that he would happen to be in the same place at the same time. And when we get to see the ballistics on this unspent round that was cycled through, I don't know if that means that it's an artifact of scraping on the sides of the cartridge itself that is the artifact. If there was an actual attempt to fire that bullet and there's indentations on the firing pin, but it was a misfire, it's going to be really important when that thing comes into court and they're both sides shouting out at the top of their lungs that is that kind of a comparison is of no value, and others saying it absolutely is. But if you've got markings that gun is the only gun on the earth that will make, and those end up on those cartridges that are found next to the bodies, that's incredibly powerful evidence.
Now, I want to put this up on the screen because there is one other piece of evidence I think is something that needs to be explained. On April 3rd, 2023, Richard Allen made a phone call to his wife, Kathy.
Great point, Dawn. Dawn says that, hold on, I clicked away, but they slid down the hill and there was a lot of leaves on the ground. So that could be why there's not any footprints. And that's a great point. Thank you for that.
Allen, and this is while he's locked up. In that phone call, Richard Allen admits several times that he killed Abby and Libby. Investigators had the phone call transcribed, and the transcription confirms that Richard Allen admits that he committed the murders of Abigail Williams and Liberty German. He admits several times within the phone call that he committed the offenses as charged. His wife, Kathy Allen, ends the phone call abruptly. Barbara McDonald, what did William Liberato have to say about that?
He said he has a lot of questions about it, that his understanding is it was basically one sentence that Richard spoke, this confession, so not a lot of detail provided in that confession. And he says that Richard Allen was receiving medication while he's in prison, both shots and pills. He doesn't know what those medications were. He tried to find out. And so he has a lot of questions about what all was going on. He also says false confessions are a real thing, especially when people are subjected to very harsh prison conditions.
Yeah, the one thing about the false confession in this case, though, that we've seen him here on Court TV, but it's usually under an interrogation scenario. This is a call to his wife. Mike King, your thoughts on that? Because this is going to be significant. No one has heard this thing outside of investigators, and I presume maybe at some point the defense will hear it. What are your thoughts about this confession, and what would be important about the circumstances for you surrounding it?
I think that the most important thing that comes out of this is it wasn't one confession. By every account that I've read and other testimony I've heard on different media sources, is that it was at least 5 times, maybe 6 times, that he made these confessions or admissions that he was the guy. And I think that's going to be really difficult to overcome, Vinny. You can say, okay, he might have been having a problem just before he started eating evidence and having all of this bizarre behavior. So I want to know the timing of those other 4 or 5 calls, not only just to his wife, but we also know that one of those calls was to his mother, where he explained that he was the guy.
Chris Todd, what is it about the scene, the evidence, the story, the case that makes you believe it's more than one person?
For a long time, I thought it was just one person, and until everything started to fall into place.
Hey, Pinto, and thank you for being here. Again, I think that it's more than one person, so I'm interested to see what he has to say about this. And again, it gets into the interview with the lawyer later in this. I just checked to make sure I hadn't clicked away from the video, but you know, they're going to make us wait to make it an hour-long segment out of a 10-minute video, so.
They arrested Richard Allen, and like I said before, the word on the street is that he had bragged about being involved in the murders, and that's how they were tipped off to him. So I always had a hunch there were possibly two people involved, and so I believe that one person is waiting on the property and the other person holds the girls at gunpoint, and they meet together down by the creek, and they go to a location that is not, I believe, is not the crime scene where the bodies were found.
All right, our guests are staying with us. We'll continue with more of our Court TV exclusive interview with Richard Allen's former attorney who was on the case and has a lot to say on this. We're going to talk about Odinism. Odinism, that is such a huge theme in all of this. Plus, coming up next hour.
In Oakland County, Michigan, high drama in the courtroom. Jennifer Crumbly has been charged with 4 counts of homicide for 4.
Okay. Yeah, he did use a pew-pew to get them to go down the hill, from what I understand, to threaten them and coerce them to go down.
We know who did it. It was the Odinist. What's an Odinist? Like, before I started covering this case, I never heard of an Odinist. I never heard of Odinism. And apparently it's, depending upon who you ask, it's ancient Norse religion, predates Christianity, where they, Odin is the god, but it's sort of been hijacked by white nationalists. So it has this sort of evil spin-off where it's a legit religion on the one hand by some people, and then sort of hijacked on the other hand by others. So that's what they're saying. This was a ritualistic killing, like a sacrifice. Sick stuff.
Lolly says, don't you think if there was 2 people, Allen would sing like a bird and cop a plea? I do, if Allen was one of those 2 people. But if he wasn't and he doesn't know anything about it, then maybe not. But I do want to say I appreciate you being here. Like I said, I love to hear other people's opinions and thoughts. And my chat is always open to hear everybody's thoughts, opinions, and speculations, and talk about it. I love it. So keep telling me your theories, but that's what I would say to that question.
So Barbara McDonald, a Court TV senior producer and a Court TV exclusive, sat down with Richard Allen's former attorney, his replacement counsel, William Libredo. And here's what he had to say about Odinism.
You had not heard of Odinism when it first was floated with regard to this case?
I honestly thought, I was like, no disrespect to Mr. Baldwin and Mr. Rosie, because they're excellent lawyers. I thought it was hocus pocus. I honestly didn't, I'd never heard of it. And the more I got into it, that's a real thing. It is a real thing, and it's scary.
In what way?
Well, I believe they sacrificed a girl and killed another one. Some of the people that live in Delphi were very brazen about their Odinistic beliefs on their Facebook pages and other social media accounts, including the sergeant who was in charge of keeping Mr. Allen safe in Westville. It's real. Just the other day, Robert and I were going to lunch, and we saw a Jeep Wrangler right here in Fort Wayne with a spare tire on the back, and the cover said Odin, and it had all Odin spears like around on the cover. I would have never known what that meant and outside this case. So Mr. Baldwin and Mr. Rosie were onto something right away.
You described one of those officers that's mentioned in one of Rosie and Baldwin's filings, Sergeant Jones, who was wearing patches that said "In Odin We Trust" on his Department of Corrections uniform.
Yep.
The judge ordered the warden to make them stop. And then what did you notice?
That Mr. Jones had a tattooed under his right eye.
That's something to me, because like the judge has to order the warden to make this person stop, and then they come to work with it tattooed under their eye, not just a patch anymore, but it's actually tattooed on their body, and the warden has nothing to say about it. The man's still employed. Are you serious right now? Like that speaks volumes to me. Hey Zan, and thank you for being here today. Hey, what is it? Mudu? Oh, Mudu says, why say you were at the bridge, not take back the confession? I think he was just trying to literally help and say that I was at the bridge, but to help the police. But he hasn't been in the right state of mind since during the confessions, and since he confessed could be why he's not taking back the confession. But that is a good question, and I like that. That's a great thing to point out.
From the best we can tell, it looks a lot like Odin's spear. And he had several tattoos on his forearms.
Norma, no. And Zan, I know Zan said that you think the verdicts, they're going to be split. Norma, thank you for being here, love. And no verdict yet. They're going to be back Monday, even though it's a holiday, to continue deliberations.
Including the interlocking triangles that are on his Facebook post. I got to give credit to Mr. Rosie and Mr. Baldwin that, they picked up on that. We saw him, and, confinement officers at the Allen County Jail aren't even allowed to have facial hair, let alone facial tattoos. I was a little miffed that the warden allowed that, or, he even knew what it was.
He looks a little scared talking about Odinism. I mean,
I don't know if he was scared. I know that he was being very careful with his words. As an attorney, he wanted to be sure that what he said was what he meant. But yeah, I think he probably does feel a little intimidation by it.
Hey, humanimal. I always say it wrong. And thank you for being here. I hadn't seen you in a couple of days.
He said it's a scary thing. And once you begin to become aware of it and you see it more often, he might not have known what that tattoo was had this issue not already been raised.
Peter Parker, no, we don't have a verdict yet. They're going back to deliberate on Monday, even though it's a holiday. And thank you for being here.
So the concept of the Odinist, I mean, there was a task force trying to solve this case. And this isn't like the defense just scraped this up. It came from the task force. There was a faction of the task force that was going down this road and believed in this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that the allegation from all these defense attorneys is they didn't do a very good job of ruling it in or out, and that there were people who had ties to Odinism who should have been checked out further and weren't.
All right, let's bring back in our guest, Chris Todd, investigative producer, Mike King, religious cult expert. Chris, I'll begin with you. I get back to this conversation about Odinism. It's going to be a part of this trial. There is no doubt in my mind. The defense has said so much. There was part of the task force was going down this road. Did you come across anything associated with this? Was it on the radar?
Very early on, loosely, it was talked about, like kind of rumor mill. But I think this Odin stuff is kind of like Nazism, to be honest. And if you really look at that logo, I see like a swastika almost inside there. So I'm just saying, like, I think it's, to quote the prosecutor, I think it's colorful. And I think it's an interesting way for these defense attorneys to talk about this. But we're looking around all again when we had somebody right in front of us very early on. And then we get to Richard Allen many years later, and it's perplexing. I don't have all the answers, but that's my quick thought on the Odin thing.
Now, Mike King, I want to put this back up on the screen, because when you and I first heard about this, we were skeptical. And then the state had to respond to the allegation made by the defense, and they said that Sergeant Redacted and Sergeant Redacted have worn patches that refer to Odinism. These are the people watching Richard Allen. Those patches reflect the sergeant's religious beliefs and are not associated with any kind of cult. Sergeant Redacted did not remove the patches from his vest until ordered to do so by command. And then apparently got the tattoo. All right, so Mike King, where do you see the line between?
So my thought on that would be, even if you're doing it as a form of your religion and you have the freedom to express religion, you do not have the freedom to express religion in government facilities. As far as I know, please let me know if I'm wrong in that. And I would state, even if you are, just for this time period while this high profile case is going on, to just tell everybody of every religion to not bring any kind of religious symbolism into the facility until after this case is over, at least. Just to make sure that you're not jeopardizing the case in any way, would be my thought on that.
Between religion and cult. Because I think that's significant here, because if someone's practicing the religion, they're practicing their religion. They might believe something different than we do, or something different than their neighbor believes. Everyone's entitled to practice whatever religion they want. But if you're getting into the world of cult, that raises a red flag, and to me raises a greater possibility of something bizarre like a
Sunshine 24, thank you for stopping in. No verdict today. They will be back deliberating on Monday, even though it's a holiday.
A ritualistic sacrifice. But first you got to cross the line into it being a cult. So how do you see that issue?
You know, as Barbara interviewed, I thought it was so interesting that the message that came across is every Odinist is committing murders out there, which we've had guests on the show with us here, Vinny, that you've brought in that are followers of this Odinist ideology, and they absolutely repel that idea and say, no, it's a very peaceful kind of a group of people. Every cult I've ever looked at boils down to whether it is coercive in nature or not. And so when you think about mainstream religion, the openness of mainstream religion, sometimes we could argue they're closed in mainstream religion. And then you look at cults, there are cults that probably are not very harmful, like the cults of people that follow the Dallas Cowboys. But then when you get into the ideology that's coercive, and there's coercive mind control, and there is all kinds of conspiracy attached to it, that's the kind of cult that we really worry about and that we think about when we look at cases like this. So what we have to do is we have to separate the two first and foremost and figure out if it's coercive. In my experience, after looking at hundreds and hundreds of ritual crime allegations, was that there are predators who will use religion to be a power guise, to control a victim, to get them to believe that if they don't remain quiet, something will happen mysteriously, mystically, or religiously. And it's a way to control their victim and continue to be a predator. But I go back to this idea that if this happened, and if it was a group of Odinists, that is one magnificent conspiracy to put all of this together. It is one magnificent conspiracy to get all these people that had to have been involved, that were out burning things in the woods and putting sticks on people, to get them all to remain quiet. And I guess that's the problem I have, Vinny, from an investigative standpoint.
That's a good point that I hadn't even thought of. Like, yeah, how do you keep all of them quiet unless allegedly speculating there's some type of members of law enforcement and see Richard Allen going down for it, and they're like, well, that's handled. That's a good point to point out, though. Basil is good. He's under the kitchen table right now, relaxing. He was in here a few minutes ago, loving on me. Basil is my rabbit. He's our mascot over here.
Point. Let me follow up really quickly on this. For it to be a cult, does there have to be like a leader or like leaders that are coercing the masses to do these things?
In most cults, you're going to see one person that all people look to, or maybe one or two that all look to, and they are the final rule. They are the one that makes the decision. And we saw this in cases that I investigated where you have the leader who comes up with these spiritually wacky ideas, but then you have the followers who want to be the arm of the leader and go out and act it out. But in those kinds of circumstances, Vinny, there are too many tongues that know about what happened, and I just don't believe it remains as quiet as this has remained.
All right, so let me ask Barbara McDonald here on set with me. Barbara, is there any indication at this point with this allegation of this Odinistic society or group or whatever that there's a leader?
Not that I've heard of. I mean, there were some names that were listed in one of the filings from Bradley Rosie and Andrew Baldwin, but
not like a hierarchy. Like, okay, this is the man or woman that is sort of leading our group and is saying, hey, it's time for a sacrifice or something like that.
yeah, I think there probably is somebody filling that role, but that hasn't really been clearly defined. And how serious is this group? If this is in fact a group, are they people sort of playing this on weekends, or is this something they're taking very seriously?
Chris Todd, let me ask you, in your investigations out there, did you come across any groups per se, whether it was like, a bunch of guys who got together, or the people that you think could have been involved that had friends or were, interacting with others or were close to other people, anything like that?
Stella Owen, no. There's been no verdict yet. They are done for the day. They will return Monday, even though it's a holiday, to continue deliberations.
Well, with respect to this case in particular, in general?
In general, in that area when you were out there.
Excuse me.
I mean, there's been talk. I know a couple things about Richard Allen that I'm not going to say today. I'm getting a lot of information about him, about another connection to a hunter out there. And people do think that there were multiple people.
Jesse Lynn, it's hard to believe because I don't know how you wouldn't know about this case. I really don't.
Involved in either placing these girls there. So it is possible that there's other people in this cover-up. So I'm not ruling out this larger conspiracy. But
Stella Owen, why do you think that? I love to hear other people's thoughts and opinions on that. I think he's innocent, and I love to hear why you think he's guilty.
I just don't have all the facts to really hone in on that right now.
Appreciate that. All right, everyone stay where you are. When we come back, we're going to talk about the issue that William Libredo is probably most concerned about at this point in preparing, or when he was the attorney, in preparing for a murder trial, which is the treatment of Richard Allen while waiting for his trial.
Okay, let me skip past the commercial.
Eek, I'm the same. I had not heard about this case until I came into Allegedly's chat. So I do know that there are people out there that don't know about the case. And there's so many details. There's a lot of people that won't even look into it because of that. But local to them, I don't know that there's anybody that lives in close proximity to the case and that have zero involvement or zero knowledge of it. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, Eek. Okay, that's what you were talking about. Eek said, I'm one state away and never heard of this till this channel. Oh, wow. That's interesting. Well, I'm glad that y'all found us over here and that you're able to hear about it now. Stella says that she thinks he's guilty because he looks as good as identical to the man on the bridge and he lived in close proximity. Okay, I could definitely see that. I could see that he looks like that sketch. Thank you for letting us know your opinion on that.
And, he's locked up. He looks guilty there, right? Obviously. He's presumed innocent, of course. But his pretrial detention has been very, very unusual. The normal course of things is you're charged with a crime, including murder, and you don't bond out, right? You're being held.
Thank you. Sorry. Honest Crime Talk. Thank you for being here. And yeah, it was probably Abellis or Eek. They were gifting out memberships. So that's probably how you got one. I'm glad that you're here and I'm glad you were gifted one. Thank you.
You don't go to prison, you go to your county jail. And your county jail is filled with people waiting for their trials, people who've just been arrested, some people who've been sentenced to less serious crimes who are doing less than a year will be in your county jail. And they have facilities for lawyers to come in and talk to their clients, etc. But the pretrial detention of Richard Allen has been very different. Allen was first put into the Westerville Correctional Facility. Take a look. And there's Westerville. He was put there first following his request at the request of the Carroll County Sheriff. So the sheriff of the county jail where accused people normally are, the sheriff says, no, you got to move him to the state prison. That's bizarre. The defense filed multiple motions to have Richard Allen transferred, but they were all denied. The Department of Corrections then made the decision to move Richard Allen from Westerville to Wabash Valley Correctional in December, which is 200 miles south of Westerville Correctional. So it's far away from where everything's happening in this case. Plus the conditions therein, the allegations are that they're a little problematic, not normal, and not conducive to preparing for a big murder trial. So here's William Libredo in his Court TV exclusive interview with our producer, Barbara McDonald, talking about the Richard Allen's treatment behind bars.
We had visited him on several occasions, but driving 4 hours each way was difficult. And then at Wabash, they're not set up for visitation, so we were literally in a makeshift kitchen, and he was in a cell. We had to stay in 6 feet back, and he's talking through the slot where they put the tray of food through, and that's not a very conducive way to have meaningful conversations with your client. I couldn't hand him documents. I couldn't have him sign documents. And, I'm sure it was very difficult for him to see the videos we were showing him through that slot. So, I'm not criticizing the Department of Corrections. I mean, for whatever reason, he was moved there. They're not set up for visitation, but you can't have I couldn't have been prepared for trial even in October if that was how all the visits were going to be conducted.
And again, you have attorney-client privilege. And if you're standing 6 feet back and he's having to yell through a little hole in the door, there is no privacy there. That's an issue.
And you've handled death penalty cases. Have you ever had a pre-trial defendant treated the same way as Richard Allen?
Never. Never in my 25 years or Stremmen's 25 years have we ever had a murder client held pre-trial in a maximum security facility and then was transferred from one maximum security facility to another. Never.
And in your motion to transfer, you guys described him as being treated like Hannibal Lecter.
Particularly in Westville, at least we are allowed to sit face to face across a table from him. But the way he was handcuffed and to his chest, I mean, it looked extraordinarily uncomfortable. I couldn't shake his hand. We couldn't have him sign anything. I visited clients in prison on several occasions. That was different than anything I've ever experienced before.
And the way his hands were shackled were similar to how we see him in court, right?
Yes,
Where
exactly
it's like the tops of the hands are touching.
Yes.
And it's way up high on his chest.
It's connected to a box on his chest. I've never seen that. I've never seen anyone confined in that manner before.
So why do you think that is?
I don't know. He is 5'6", 120, 130 pounds. He is not a physical threat to anyone. From all accounts, he's been a model citizen.
Are you muted, love?
Thank you. I was talking away. I was
Oh,
gonna
no.
say, I was saying, just wanting to play both sides, and to be fair, you could say he was being held and housed like that because of his mental instability. Evidently, he was in rare form, eating his own feces and etc. From what we've heard. So I do want to be fair and say that it could be possible that he was being kept like that to keep him from doing harm to himself. Even though it may seem harsh, if that was the only option they had, then they had to do what they had to do to keep him safe and from hurting himself. I do agree that it was harsh regardless, and I don't think you should keep somebody in solitary for more than 30 days at a time, but if they didn't have any other options,
Because he's locked down 23 hours a day. We told the confinement officers that we wanted him unhandcuffed so we could shake his hand and maybe have him sign documents, and they weren't budging on that. And it was sad because Westville allows visits, so his wife could come see him. And they just set up a visit with his mom and dad. He was transferred to Wabash 2 days before that visit. No, I don't think one had anything to do with the other. I just think it was bad timing and a coincidence. But in Wabash, you're not allowed any visits. Obviously, attorney, but no family members.
All right, this is a little unusual. Barbara McDonald, let me ask you, the way this breaks down, right? So the defense is alleging that Odinis committed this murder. It was part of the investigation by part of that team that was investigating this, a faction of the team. And then he's moved from the normal county facility to a state prison facility, extremely unusual. And there are Odinis guards there.
There are. And not only Odinis guards there, but guards who are told stop wearing the patches, and then at least one of them comes to work with a tattoo on his face.
On his face. Mike King, this is very unusual. I mean, this is, what are your thoughts about transferring from a county facility to a state prison, number one, and then, the way he's handcuffed and all the concerns, I guess, that the correctional facilities have for this pre-trial detainee?
I guess two things, Vinny, based on my experience. And the first is that I've seen inmates be moved from a county jail to a larger facility because of resources, the ability to have a better way of caring for them. When I hear this, I'm just shaking my head and wondering what.
Really, Peter, I'll have to see. I mean, I don't know if I could release them. I don't want to do any injustice to the victims in this. But that's interesting.
On earth is so necessary in the control mechanisms that are going on, but I don't know what his behavior is otherwise. And they may have all kinds of documented reasons behind why they're having to do and take the course of action that they're taking. I also reflect on inmates that I've talked to over the years, and I've been in prison a lot of times, eating a lot of prison lasagna with killers. And I've heard them say, doing time in a county jail is a whole lot worse than doing it in a prison. And finally, I'd say I conducted a study for the Bureau of Justice where I interviewed serial killers across the United States. Every time I went in, I was able to be face to face with them, but I was law enforcement at the time. They might have their feet shackled to the floor. They might even have a chain and they're shackled, but they can at least move their hands up and down and there's limited mobility. What we're seeing here on the images, Vinny, is just odd to me that they even allowed that to happen. And I have to agree with the attorneys. How on earth could you do your job?
Yeah, you're preparing for a trial. And I mean, I get it. They believe they have very strong evidence, but he still is presumed innocent under our system of justice. Chris Todd, what are your thoughts? And this is just like, they're alleging an Odinist conspiracy, and then he goes from the normal county jail to a prison where there are Odinist guards, or guards that practice heathenry, which is very close to Odinism. I don't know. Do you believe in these coincidences?
We have to remember the first judge recused himself and said that the community, there was like a bloodlust. And I can tell you from experiences with the podcasters, the sleuths, the journalists, everybody wants to get somebody on this case. These two girls were tortured and murdered, and someone's going to pay for it. I'm not big on the stuff surrounding intimidation and all that, and I get it, but someone's going to pay for this. And if he is guilty, we have to remember, because people are throwing up the signs, the world is watching, they're doing all this stuff at the crime scene, making videos. Let's not help this guy get off. If he is guilty, he needs to pay for this.
Yeah. And Barbara, how are the...
Right. And with that, if you are doing the things like they stated, you have the patches, you've been asked to remove them, and then you get it tattooed on your face, you are definitely jeopardizing the validity of the case. And not to mention Dr. Walla, the fangirl that was his doctor, releasing or talking to him about all this evidence that he should not know about. I mean, this case has been jeopardized from the start, in my opinion.
The family's doing?
They're not talking publicly right now. They are honoring the gag order in the case. And I think they're just watching this prosecution, hoping that we get to a trial so that they can see for themselves what the evidence is, like the rest of us. But it's difficult, every time these headlines come up, it's difficult on them. Life goes on. The friends of Abby and Libby have all grown up and gone to college, and some of them have gotten married. Kelsey's had a baby. I mean, it's very difficult. They're never going to get over the loss of these absolutely beautiful girls who were doing nothing wrong out on the trails that day.
No, they were doing everything right. Like, this is what we want our children these days to do. Get off the computers, get outside. It's a beautiful day. Go see nature. Go, and
go with somebody. You're safer if you're not alone.
Exactly.
And they were together.
Barbara McDonald, a great job. We look forward to more of your reports on all this. And thank you to Chris Todd and Mike King as well for your insight. We really do appreciate it.
Okay.
It was an unseasonably warm February.
Sorry about that. I have a video that was sent to me that's supposed to show them walking across the bridge. And this is going to reference how difficult it would have been like for them to run, and Richard Allen walking and all of that. If it was Richard Allen, bridge guy, I should say, walking across the bridge, how difficult it is. I put out a short video of walking across one that was around here. But I did want to share this with you guys before I go. So let me pull this up real quick. And again, this is just walking across the Monon High Bridge. This is going to be Down the Hill in the White Van in the Delphi Murders by True Crime Investigation Unsolved. Please give them a like and subscribe. This is 1 minute and 57 seconds, and we will watch it. They're actually walking across the bridge, the Monon High Bridge.
Okay, this is the private driveway. As you see, it comes down and under the bridge and continues on.
Yeah, this was shared by Toxic.
Okay, everybody, so I'm at the end of the barricade here. The bridge is right there. This is apparently.
This was shared by Toxic Orchid or Orchid. Thank you for sharing this. I appreciate that. That was how we were able to watch this today. So please tell her thank you.
Where Libby got and said the trail ends here. We can't go any further. The bridge guy shows up. Here's rustling of leaves under my feet. There's Brad Weber's white van right there. And here's where they went down the hill. He took them down here.
There he goes down the hill.
And that's the end of the trail where Libby said they couldn't go any further. That's where you hear Bridge guys say this.
I'm sorry.
Here we go.
Wow. So that would change. That would explain the 20-foot drop in elevation. That was about a 20-foot drop.
Can you guys see him? I hope I'm holding the phone. I'm holding two phones. Oops. Sorry, Green. I lost you. There we are. Tell me when to end.
See me slide down that? It's very steep. He had them here. He had them here. The white van starts coming. You can hear it. And he rushed them across that creek right there. Simple. And I got hurt doing that. It cut my fingers a little bit.
My goodness. They just hit you with some horrific things right out the back. Okay, so that was showing going across the bridge and down the actual hill where the girls went down. That's kind of, scary to think about and kind of a trigger warning. I want to thank you all for being here in chat today. Everybody who stopped by, everybody who chatted. I do appreciate you all being here. I will be back tomorrow at 1:30 Eastern time. Right now it's 5:30 Eastern or 5:25, if that helps. We are live every day at 1:30 Eastern. I wanted to thank you, Eek and Abellas, for gifting so much. You guys were amazing. And then the other person started with an M. I'm so sorry. I can't remember who it is off the top of my head. I want to thank you too, Zaya, for coming up here with me, and I appreciate you being up here.
Thank you, guys. I'm going to jump down. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell because she's live every day so you don't miss the future videos. And I'm so excited in this chat. You guys stay curious, stay respectful. I'll see everybody next time, okay?
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Thank you, Toxic, for that video. I am so sorry. There was a person who gifted 5 memberships, and I am so sorry. I can't remember your name. There was also some super chats that I got, and I appreciate that too. You guys can help me out a lot by just hitting the thumbs up. And if you hit the subscribe button, you become part of our little speculating family over here. I love to see you guys chat. It makes me so happy to see you guys able to chat and us to hear all of the different thoughts and opinions and speculations. It makes me so happy to see that. I love it. I will see you guys tomorrow at 1:30 Eastern Standard Time. And I appreciate you guys being here. I'm going to leave you with this song and see you guys tomorrow. I hope you have the best day ever. Bye.